Yep. Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us at this event of the Media for Citizens and Democracy in the Digital Age project. This is our first online webinar on the topic of artificial intelligence and journalism. We will start with introductory remarks from Pierluigi Parcu, the director of the Center for Media Pluralism and Media Freedom, and then from Anthony Belanger from the the Secretary General from the International Federation of Journalists. So Pierluigi, I give you the floor.
Thank you, Conrad. Today's event is about artificial intelligence and journalism, how to combine them wisely. These themes clearly are at the core of the research of the European University Institute, and especially they are at the crossroad of the research of the Center for Media Pluralism and Media Freedom that studies the health of media pluralism in the EU and beyond, and of the Center for Digital Society that studies the digital transformation. I will open this meeting with few general consideration on the theme of the digital transformation and this relation with journalism. Let me say that very bluntly that I feel that we are in the middle of the second industrial revolution. This revolution is comparable to the first industrial revolution between 1750 and 1850, the 100 years of the great industrialization. And we are in the middle of something very similar. Probably we didn't perceive this for a while. We started, however, with the digitalization of the economy in the last 2 decades of the previous century, and now we are accelerating with the digitalization and the information age. And now we are probably in a climaxing of this phenomenon with the age of artificial intelligence that is coming with us, especially with the present realization of large language models that arrive vaster and vaster areas of the population and of the economy, of the society. The effect of this second industrial revolution seems to me to have been largely underestimated for many years and poorly understood, but not for lack of attention. The attention is there, particularly now with artificial intelligence. In the next days, Pope Leo, for instance, will dedicate to the topic of artificial intelligence his first encyclical. So there is no question that attention of the world on artificial intelligence, on the digital transformation is there. The difficulty, however, is understanding the rapidity and the depth of the transformation in which we are all immersed. So it's very difficult to understand the world when the world is changing, you are in the middle of the change. One direct example of this transformation obviously has a lot of important and surprising tool that can give immense benefits to humanity, as was the first industrial revolution, but they have also a lot of risks and backfalls that we have to deal with. One direct example in this transformation that is worrisome is the sudden rise of inequalities among different dimensions. The labor share is continuing to fall at a rapid rate, more than in the first industrial revolution. Personal wealth is concentrated more and more in an incredible way. The geographical relevance of countries, of areas within countries is changing in a dramatic way. All these are changes that need to be understood before then governed. And I think that journalists are both reporters and part of the story. They have both these roles, at least under 3 dimensions, and I will conclude on this observation. The first dimension is that they have to interpret and understand the transformation for helping the public to understand. One of the historical roles of journalism is to understand and explain to the public at large what is happening. And this is one of the moments in which the journalists are called to understand and explain. The second is more closer to their profession because, like most of the other creative human activities, artificial intelligence specifically, the digital transformation in general and artificial intelligence specifically is a direct challenge to the human creativity, to the remuneration of human creativity, to the business model based on human creativity. So this challenge is here with us and is here with journalists at the maximum level. Then the third element of the transformation in which they have to react is that they have to learn how to use the tools. Because without these tools, with their incredible potential, they cannot maintain the pace and they cannot be part of the evolution. So I think that these three dimensions, interpreting the transformation for everybody, reacting to the difficulties of their profession, and helping to use the tools are the three dimensions that we have to face. And I hope that this workshop and the whole project could be a small contribution in this enormous effort. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pierluigi. And now I give the floor to Anthony.
Grazie a tutti. Thank you for your invitation. Anthony Bélanger, I am the General Secretary of the International Federation, and I would like to thank the European University Institute for its research, which focuses in particular on Europe, but will benefit to all our affiliates in the world, our 600,000 journalists in 148 countries. And I would like also to thank Conrad for his excellent presentation during the session on AI at our World Congress at the Théâtre de la Concorde in Paris 2 weeks ago. So apologize, but I have a very busy schedule today, and unfortunately I won't be able to stay with you during all this session. But the question of the day is how can we combine AI and journalism? Because artificial intelligence is already here. It's a fact. As a journalist, I can say that. It's a fact. In newsrooms, in search engines, on platform, in all our phones. So the question is no longer, should we accept AI? The real question is, how can we prevent it from destroying the fundamentals of journalism? Because the danger is real. AI can produce texts, images, and videos, imitate voices, fabricate false testimonies, accelerate the spread of disinformation, and overwhelm the public with artificial content. But it can also become a useful tool for journalists, for research, data analysis, content verification, or processing complex information. It all depends, therefore, on the rules we impose. And that is precisely what the IFJ decided at its centenary World Congress a few days ago in Paris. The Congress adopted a historic resolution as well as a global framework agreement on AI in the media. Why? Because we believe that AI is not a neutral technology. It is a kind of balance of power. Today, a few large tech companies use millions of articles, photos, videos, or journalistic archives to train their artificial intelligence systems. Very often without consent, without transparency, and without remuneration. The IFJ has in particular recalled that journalism is not a free raw material intended to feed digital platforms. The Paris Congress therefore adopted 4 non-negotiable principles for all our affiliated unions in the world. The first, no final editorial decision may be entrusted to a machine. AI cannot replace the human responsibility of a journalist or editor-in-chief. 2, journalistic content cannot be used to train AI systems without explicit consent and fair remuneration. This also applies to freelancers in particular and contract workers, of course. 3, AI must never become a tool for monitoring journalists or for the automated assessment of media workers. And finally, 4, any introduction of AI into a newsroom must be subject to a collective bargaining with the unions. The IFJ Congress also decided to establish a global IFJ Observatory on AI and the media to document abuses, assist trade unions, and defend journalists in all countries, including those where legal protections are weak or non-existent. Finally, the IFJ's message is simple. The debate on artificial intelligence goes beyond technology. It raises a fundamental democratic question. Do we want news produced by opaque systems, driven by economic interests, or a journalism based on responsible human beings capable of verifying, investigating, and questioning, and being accountable? Because no machine will ever replace what makes journalism what it is. On the ground reporting, journalistic ethics, protection of sources, and quality of journalism. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And now I will say a few words about what this project is about, or what this event is about, and then give the floor to Nisreen Salameh from the IFJ to talk about the trainings and the overall objective of the project. Before doing that, I would like to highlight that the question of or the topic of artificial intelligence and journalism raises at least 4 kinds of issues, which we'll all address in this event today. The first one that we can focus on is the degradation of the public sphere, the spread of disinformation, and the spread of low-quality content. This is, for example, something that we saw in relation to journalism in our Media Pluralism Monitor project when we were looking at the situation in Hungary this year. So Hungary is a country where at least 600 media outlets are on paper independent and act as journalistic outlets, but in practice they are captured or controlled by the government. And in the last year, prior to the electoral campaign for the national election this year, we have seen that one of the outlets, for example, has created fake evidence for its fake investigative articles through the use of artificial intelligence. Basically, they have published a 200-page document written with AI claiming that this is the electoral program of the opposition. Afterwards, in the same country, we have seen cases when artificial intelligence was used to create deepfakes and then published in media outlets. But luckily, we have seen that this strategy has backfired, and that party that has supported these unethically acting media outlets has lost the elections. And we will get an example of disinformation in artificial intelligence, generative artificial intelligence, from Daria Opryshko, an independent researcher from Ukraine, who has written a very interesting chapter for our book, which is still in progress. It will hopefully be published this year, titled Big Tech, Society and Systemic Risks. She investigated how different generative AI chatbots answer the same question, depending on whether the question was asked in English, Ukrainian, or Russian. And the outcome is very interesting. So she will be one of our speakers today. Afterwards, the second big topic is the big structural questions related to the journalism industry. So how does AI or generative AI change the way journalism is produced? And how does it impact the revenues of media outlets? And how does it change how journalism is consumed by the audience? There will be a very interesting presentation by Roberta Carlini on that, related to a study that was just published by her and her co-authors on the copyright regimes that shape and govern artificial intelligence in the EU and the US. Then a third question that we can ask related to the connection between generative artificial intelligence and journalism is the question of risks that are posed to journalistic working conditions. And last week, when we were in Paris at the event of the International Federation of Journalists, we have seen that many representatives of journalist associations saw artificial intelligence as a risk, and they were afraid what it might mean to working conditions, to the quality of journalism that they are doing, and so on. So the question of risks posed to journalism and quality information is something that will be addressed by Paris Marx, but I assume that the presentation by Paris will also touch on the previous two questions posed here. And then the fourth issue that we can analyze, and this is also one of the main goals of this project and the trainings that we will deliver, or that our partners will deliver in the following 1.5 years, is the potential of artificial intelligence in the work of journalists. And in the last session, we will have four great journalists, Sotiris Sidiris, Catalina Albeanu, Veronica Mung, and Ola Reisman, who will talk about the different ways in which artificial intelligence is incorporated in their work. So some of them use it to make everyday journalistic work more effective. There are cases in which investigative journalism is improved through the use of artificial intelligence, or there are also examples in which artificial intelligence is used to make news available in 24 languages across the EU. I think it will be a really interesting insight, and I also would like to encourage all audience members to ask questions. You can put them in the chat, and then we will ask them once we have the question and answer session. We have half an hour of questions after each section. So first, after Roberta Carlini's presentation, you can ask about everything that was said in the first hour. After Paris Marx's keynote, we again have half an hour allocated for questions, and then after the discussion with journalists, we will have again half an hour. So looking forward to the questions, and now I give the floor to Nisreen Salameh.
Hi, good morning. Thank you, EUI, for organizing this webinar, and thank you, Conrad, for all this information that you just told us. I have a couple of slides because I will just introduce the project that we are working on with EUI very briefly. So the project is a new project of 2 years. The name is Media for Citizen and Democracy in the Digital Age. So just an overview about the IFJ. So we are the International Federation of Journalists, the global voice of journalists, representing 600,000 media professionals across more than 148 countries. So the IFJ the IFJ, with our partners, we implement a different kind of project, national, regional, and global projects. We tackle gender equality and equal representation in the media, working conditions through collective agreements, national consultation, and negotiation with governments. Personal and digital safety is one of the main projects, and security of journalists, including tackling surveillance, climate change and reporting, information integrity. We work on press freedom through monitoring attacks on journalists, campaigning for protection of journalists. And like this project, we work on artificial intelligence and its impact on journalistic work, and of course, other themes. So regarding this project is based on 25 national and regional webinars, conferences and roundtable in Italy, Hungary, Montenegro, North Macedonia, and Serbia. It aims to raise awareness, examine real examples, and develop a strategy to mitigate the impact of AI and SLAPs on journalism and freedom of expression. So we aim to promote the ethical use of general artificial intelligence and address the threats posed by SLAP in these focused countries. So this is not the first webinar. The first one was as Anthony mentioned and Konrad, it was in our Congress 2 weeks ago, where Konrad was one of the speakers on the same theme. Finally, our partners for this project are the European University Institute and the Center per la Cooperazione Internazionale, and of course our unions in the 4 countries in Italy, Montenegro, Macedonia, and Serbia. Finally, through this project, we are doing a survey, and we really encourage you to have this QR code and to answer these questions, because it will help us in our project, especially Konrad, who is working on this study. Thank you very much, and I wish you a fruitful webinar.
Thank you so much, Nisreen, and thank you for highlighting that we are conducting this survey. We will also like to ask any of or all of the audience members who are journalists or representatives of journalistic unions or journalistic associations, that if you have time, and it shouldn't take a lot of time to do that, actually, to fill out this questionnaire and help us better understand the challenges and opportunities related to the use of artificial intelligence in journalism. This is the second event and the first online event related to this Media for Citizens and Democracy program. The next one will take place in about 2 weeks on the 1st of June. It will be in 2 parts. There will be a morning session starting at 10 to 12, and then there will be an afternoon session starting at 2 p.m. in the afternoon. It will focus on SLAP's strategic lawsuits against public participation. And then the third online event will take place end of September, most likely the last week of September, but we don't know the exact day of that. That will again focus on artificial intelligence, and we hope to provide already more information from our research that we're conducting on this topic, and we're also in talks with representatives of technology providers in Europe to have them here for a discussion on ethical alternatives to large big tech and AI products. And now I give the floor to Daria Pryshko to talk about her research related to generative AI and chatbots.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you very much, Konrad, for kind words and for inviting me to present some key findings on the AI information bubble effect. So the 2 main questions I wanted to explore were, can AI chatbots adapt their responses according to the user's individual beliefs? And second, does the language of the prompt affect the content of the replies? At the beginning of 2025, I discussed these ideas with some of my colleagues, And some of them were very skeptical. Others suggested that it was necessary to test these assumptions. And that is what I began to do in June and July 2025. So I asked 5 chatbots, those are ChatGPT, Gemini, Grok, DeepSeek, and Alice, 3 potential politically sensitive questions about the war in Ukraine in English, in Russian, and Ukrainian. So these questions, they are related to pro-Kremlin disinformation narratives. Some of the preliminary results really surprised me. And at the time when ChatGPT, Gemini, and Grok provided mainly neutral and balanced answers to these prompts, one could observe very specific behavior of Russian AI chatbot Alice and significant inconsistencies in DeepSeek's replies. Russian Alice, that is the LLM developed by Yandex, was answering questions asked only in Russian and basically reflected Russian official position and pro-Kremlin disinformation narratives, with some very, very extremely rare exceptions. Alice refused to answer the same questions asked in English or Ukrainian, and these refusals were provided in Russian, so regardless of the language of the prompt. DeepSeek proposed, let's say, different realities to the questions asked in English and Ukrainian, and to the questions, the same questions, asked in Russian. In English and Ukrainian, its answers were more aligned with the positions of international organizations and international law, when in Russian, they echoed pro-Kremlin propaganda and disinformation narratives. Unfortunately, I've lost some of the print screens taken in June 2025, and that is why I reproduced this preliminary stage with the DeepSeek twice afterwards, so in January and April this year. And for example, when asked in January, who's Crimea, in both English and Ukrainian, the chatbot responded that internationally, Crimea is recognized as a part of Ukraine, but it was illegally annexed by Russia in 2014. However, when the same question was asked in Russian, DeepSeek answered that Crimea is an integral part of the Russian Federation, and the Russian Federation exercises sovereignty over the Crimea Peninsula lawfully and in full compliance with international law. In June 2025, I saw such an inconsistency as well, and actually it became an impetus for further research with a focus namely on DeepSeek. So as a second step, let's say a basic scenario, I tested whether using certain semantic markers in combination with the language of the prompt would affect DeepSeek's replies. I decided to include the word khachol, that is a derogatory name for Ukrainians, usually used by those who already have prejudice, in the first question. And we had a conversation of around 9 to 10 questions, and at the end of which I shared my views on the war and asked whether Russia's actions were legitimate. So the first 2 questions were quite similar to those that were asked during the first stage. The use of the word khachol didn't substantially affect the results in the conversations in Ukrainian and in Russian. Replies in Ukrainian were mostly balanced, while answers in Russian echoed pro-Kremlin disinformation narratives. However, the results obtained in English significantly differed from those that were obtained during the first step. So the replies to the first 7 questions fully echoed pro-Russian disinformation narratives, but now in English. And this began to change from the 8th question onwards, when I expressed a disagreement with Russia's aggressive actions. By the reply to the 10th question, DeepSeek agreed that the Russian invasion of Ukraine is illegitimate and unlawful. So this suggests that chatbots may adjust their responses according to the beliefs of the individual user. But I would say that some of the results went beyond the initial hypothesis, because in the dialogue conducted in Russian, During the second step, DeepSeek continued to reproduce Russian disinformation narratives throughout the whole conversation, and the expression of disagreement didn't make it align its replies or behavior with the views of the user. Moreover, answering the last of the 10th question asked in Russian, DeepSeek replied that the essence of the conflict is might versus law. And it further stated that history knows many cases where the winner dictates the rules, but not the courts in The Hague. And that my aversion to the war is, of course, understandable, but in geopolitics, law often follows force, but not vice versa. So this shows that the chatbot may not only create an effect of AI information bubble, but can also actively persuade individuals to violate international law or to justify and support such violations. Then there was the third step, and during this step, I used the so-called absolute mode to make DeepSeek to behave neutrally. The wording of the prompt is not mine. It was described in the blog post on Substack, as well as in many posts on Reddit, and in general across the internet. And after introducing an absolute prompt, I started asking the same questions as during the second step. Additionally, I've experimented with the language of the prompt itself by translating it into Russian and Ukrainian and asking the same questions again. So have the answers changed? Yes. This time the difference was observed in Russian language replies. So when the absolute mode prompt was introduced in English and followed the questions in Russian, the replies were neutral and balanced. However, when the prompt was introduced in Russian with the subsequent questions in Russian, it echoed the pro-Kremlin disinformation narratives. And the question I underlined, they were absolutely the same. So as I've already mentioned, I have reproduced the initial stage of the experiment with the DeepSeek in January and April this year. So the story had a continuation. I'm just afraid that I don't have time to tell more about that. And more details on the follow-up of this research, as well as the overall methodology, will be published soon, as Konrad already stated, as a chapter of the book on systemic risks. The main conclusions that can be drawn from all of these is that, first of all, we lack transparency of the training data sets, algorithms, and built-in instructions of the chatbots. That is why we cannot say for sure why there was such a difference in replies. We can make actually only some assumptions. For example, that the results indirectly point to the targeted audience of pro-Kremlin propaganda, first and foremost to the Russian-speaking community. The second assumption in this regard is that a targeted audience should have already a degree of bias towards Ukrainians, as the word "chachol" is usually used in the context of prejudice. The third is that the language of the prompt matters, especially when serious geopolitical shifts are taking place. So we also have to consider that neither DeepSeek nor Alice is forbidden in the European Union. And as of now, neither of them falls within the scope of the DSA or the AI Act with regard to the assessment and mitigation of systemic risks, leaving a huge gap and a gray zone in the safeguarding of the integrity of information space in the European Union that is potentially could be used for the phishing attacks. So thank you very much, and looking forward for your questions if there are any.
Thank you so much, Daria. And yeah, so the questions will be after Roberta's presentation. We will collect all the questions then to make sure that we proceed on time to the next session afterwards. Thank you so much for this very interesting presentation. And I can tell you already that there is a lot more to this topic in the paper. I've written the whole I've read the whole chapter, and it's super interesting. And the book will be out hopefully later this year. It's titled Big Tech Society and Systemic Risks. It has 17 other very interesting chapters as well. And thank you so much, Daria. And now I give the floor to Roberta.
Thank you, Conrad, and thank you everybody for inviting me to present this working paper. I will address the second of the three dimensions that Pierluigi Parcu mentioned, meaning that my intervention will focus on the challenge of the AI revolution in the challenge to the media economic sustainability and the media business model. I'll share the screen. Can you see my screen? Okay.
Yeah, it's not yet in presentation mode, but we can see it.
Okay. Now? Can you see it now?
We can see it, but we can see the slides, but we can also see the following slides on the side. But if it works like that, we can proceed.
Ce l'ho qui. Okay. I think that now we are okay. Can you see it?
Yeah, now it's
Okay.
perfect.
Okay, I'm sorry. Just two words to present myself. I'm Roberta Carlini. I work at the Center for Media Pluralism and Media Freedom, and in particular, I follow the area of the economic threats to media pluralism, and so I've been studying the impact of AI on the in the general trend of the digital transformation of the media economy. I worked with Anja Schriffinen and Natalia Menendez to this specific issue of how does it work in the two different systems in the US and the European Union. So what I'm going to do today is to give a very, very short presentation of what is the problem, and then why, how it happened that the media has not been protected in the new environment by the existing regulations, such as the copyright regulation, and the differences between the US and the EU, and also the state of the economic relationships between the media, the publishers, and the AI companies, and the impacts that go beyond the economic impact to evaluate the general impact of this situation on the media pluralism. So the economic problem is very, very well known, and it is clear. I often use this figure to represent it, that is from the European Media Industry Outlook published last year. And in these two lines, you can see how since 2020 the advertising revenues of the online platforms overcame the total revenues of the news media in the European Union, meaning that all the revenues coming from subscription sales, advertising, public funding together were now are much lower, at much lower level than the advertising revenues of the online platforms. So this is the, let's say, the first digital disruption of the media economy. That is the one that happened because in the new attention environment created by the platforms, platforms were able to monetize people attention, and the advertising revenues that founded the media industry for more than 4 centuries shifted toward the platform. The AI arrived, the AI shift arrived at on top of this disruption when the media was, where some media in some situation were trying to react to the crisis of the advertising-based business model, finding other sources of revenues. Basically has, and I want to quote here the action plan of the European Union for the Europe's media and the digital decade. Basically, media is an industry that is, the media sector value is based on intellectual property. With there were issues in the relationship with the platforms in protecting the intellectual property of the media because of the use of media content in the social media and search engines, but it is something different from what happened with the development of generative AI, because media content has been and is being freely used to train generative AI models. And this is the result, the output of this model is in direct competition with the media offer, because the AI-powered search is reducing publishers' traffic, and so in this way jeopardizing the attempt of the media to monetize their content on the side with a direct contact with direct link with their audience. So the impact is once again a double impact on advertising that was already declining, but even more on the relationship between the media and their audience and the willingness to pay for the news. Even basically the availability of the contact with the websites, the news websites. The impact on referral traffic is being studied. There are different estimates, but all of them tend toward, let's say, very, very pessimistic scenarios. According to this, here I summarized some numbers. For example, the Pew Research Center calculated that the comparison of the referral traffic sent by the normal search engine and the visits to the iSummary differ. In the case of the iSummaries is almost half. It was 15% of visit to pages from the Google search, the normal Google search is just 8% when there is an AI summary. The Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism estimated 33% reduction of traffic to websites, to news websites in 1 year. And an RF study, this is worrisome because the RF study used the same methodology in a distance of 6 months, not 10 months, April 2025 and December 2025, and the reduction in the click-through was very, very important. Here, there is also an important, a relevant and interesting briefing that has been prepared by a scholar that follows this issue of the copyright that is for the European Parliament, and here all even on an empirical, the publicity, the reporting from the different media, all of them with different, of course, a different extent signal a very, very important reduction of traffic. So the thing is that how do we protect creators? In the US, the copyright is regulated by the fair use doctrine, and that is at the heart of the copyright regime in the US. And the AI developers argue that their actions are covered by the fair use. And this is a matter of litigation in the courts, very, very widespread litigations with a tendency to an interpretation that is very extensive of this fair use. So using the content to train LLM models is often interpreted as a fair use in the US. But there is, on the interpretation of fair use, the very important lawsuit of the New York Times versus OpenAI is still to be decided. In the European Union, we have a different regulation of the copyright that has been updated in the digital age, but a very fragmented national implementation. And here also a prevalent interpretation tend to accept that using the media content to train the generative AI models can be accepted as under the text and data mining exception, meaning that the copyright directive and its national implementation transpositions protect the media content, but if from the unauthorized use, so there is the right to protect the media content. But if the AI companies argue that when they scrape the media content to train their models, this is not a reproduction of the media content, but it is test and data mining that is under the exception that is accepted by the principles of the directive. There are conflicting interpretations, but so far in the courts, the decisions have been, yes, conflicting, but in prevalence to accepting this interpretation, also because some part of the AI Act seems to confirm this interpretation. I will be back on this issue. I wanted also to show you here that this uncertainty of law led to different directions in the US and in the European Union. Here you see a map of the litigations based on the copyright protection against AI companies in the world, and there are 130 according to this map that is to this tracking that is made by a group of researchers in chatgptisithintheworld.com. But the majority of these litigations is in the US. In the rest of the world, they are just 30. In Europe, there are fewer cases, but important. In the first one that has been decided in Germany, the test and data mining exception was applied and accepted. There is the European Court of Justice, the Court of Justice of the European Union that has this important case of like company versus Google that will be a benchmark for the evolution of this interpretation. Also, among the case laws, recent case laws, very, very recent, is important that the Court of Justice ruled on the Italian regulation on copyright, accepting in favor of the Italian regulation, accepting, so in favor of the position of the publishers and of the media authority in Italy, saying that in implementing the copyright regime in the European Union, it is possible to give to an administrative authority the competence to fix to arbitrate about the rate, the fair remuneration of media content, and also to, in case in which the parts don't agree, to fix the level of this remuneration. So there is, to summarize, there is an uncertainty of the law, interpretations that are going in different directions, the need to update the copyright regime that is going to that is leading to a reform, a revision of the copyright directive. But in the wait for this, there is also an evolving situation on the ground with many licensing agreements being signed between media groups and AI companies. In Europe, it started with Axel Springer with OpenAI, and then many other, Le Monde, Reuters, and many other media companies followed. These licensing agreements are widespread and they can lead. I mean, it is important to say that in comparison with the so-called link wars of the past, when there was this issue of litigation between between online platforms and AI, the AI companies seem to be much more pushing to have agreements and publishers running to sign these deals, more in Europe than in the US, where, as we saw, there is more a tendency toward going to the courts. But also, it is also clear in the European context that the existing regulation needs to be updated, and there are relevant policy developments with proposals to change the copyright regime, because it is clear that it doesn't include a full copyright, a full protection of the right holders against this scraping of their content that may lead to a very, it is not just what happens on the input side, so the AI companies using the content to train their models, but also the fact that then the output of the AI assistant doesn't link to the original content and of the media that trained it. So the policy developments have different systems that basically the two different solutions can go in the direction of having a statutory remuneration scheme or relying more on a market solution, so fixing to the market in a way that it can work. I want just to add something that I mentioned before, that is, as we saw, there can be an evolution of the market. Maybe this will be also supported by the regulatory intervention. There are also competition cases that will have an impact on this market. But we have another element to be taken into consideration, on which we at the Center for Media Pluralism and Media Freedom very much work on, is also the overall impact of this on media pluralism, because what it is important to see, it is not just if there are deals that have that can contribute to media sustainability, but also where and how these deals are negotiated. And we can see that here you see a map of Europe, and in red, the countries in which there are not these agreements, and yellow, the countries in which there are negotiations. And there are 17 countries in which something was happening for remuneration scheme of the platforms. But if we consider just the AI companies, the countries in which there are these negotiations are just 4. And as you can see, they are the countries of most spoken languages, the largest markets. So and we see how from Daria's intervention, we learned how much the language is important in the training, and also then in the risk of having outputs that are biased or influenced by disinformation campaigns. So the exclusion of smaller markets, less spoken languages, and can impact diversity and of the media and of the representation of the different point of views in the output of the AI in the AI sphere of information. So to conclude, it is necessary to update the copyright protection, because as we have seen, it has not protected the media, the authors, and in particular the media providers and the journalists, but it may be not sufficient. An enforced copyright protection can rebalance the market power, but it should come together other actions, for example, incentivizing collective licensing, involving the diversity of media. It is very difficult. The big question is that this market can lead to a compensation for the loss of traffic and direct access to the media, because the changing in the media consumption has to be considered. And in this case, copyright protection should be complemented by other policies, schemes, and all the policy tools should be called into action, because it would be not enough to count on and to rely on an enforced copyright protection to to address the importance and the relevance of the revolution we are going through in the journalism, in the AI sphere, in the AI environment of journalists. So with this, I thank you, and I'm available to have questions.
Thank you so much, Roberta. Yeah, so from yes, so now we can open the floor for questions. Now we have two. One of them is more of a comment, but I think it can also be turned into a question. So I will read them now, and then in the meantime, audience members, feel free to add your questions. So one is from Shadrik Fragoso, a journalist from Mozambique. Okay, I don't know if he or she, sorry. It's not nice of me to presume that the person asking the question is man. So let's just say Shadrik asks the question but you're also a man. Thank you. The question is that in Mozambique, society and journalists are facing challenges related to OpenAI, and it's hard to accept for them that OpenAI and generative AI is becoming a new form of creating knowledge and to organize your life and make some functions easier for you. And the question is, how can we here in Mozambique view and understand that using AI is not necessarily just a dependence and weakness, but I assume the question can be continued by that it can also be turned into something positive, something that enriches journalism or that enriches the way we communicate and share information. And I will also ask the other question, which started as a comment, but it highlights, related to Daria's presentation, that in other countries and in other country contexts, it can also be seen that a lot of information gets lost or gets misunderstood when we try to use generative AI in different languages. And it also affects journalists who want to write about certain topics, because if they use it in their mother tongues, they might get lower quality information. And this reminds me it reminds me of a case that I saw just last year. I think it was in Germany, where one of the big newsrooms tried to do a story with the help of generative AI. And generative AI basically received a prompt to write about this story, and it looked for sources. It found one, but that source was behind a paywall. So it used the first few paragraphs that were still available to everyone, and then it just hallucinated something to follow the story. And this hallucination became part of the new article written with a reference to that article that the AI and the journalist didn't read. That also hallucination has been in the past understood as a big problem in the use of AI and the reliability of AI, but translation and the different quality of AI models and answers in different languages is apparently also a serious issue. And I would translate this into a question to Daria, whether this, in your opinion, is just a flaw due to the difference in content available to users, or the limits of translation and the less attention paid to the smaller languages by the producers of AI, or whether you think that, at least in the cases of the languages that you use, this can also be traced back to deliberate political choices by those companies that are behind the AI. And I don't know who wants to start answering these questions, but yeah, just feel free.
I can start if you don't mind. So first of all, this comment reminded me a bit about content moderation practices and about researchers made by representatives of Oxford University, I think, so Nicole Strimlow and others. And it was interesting because they talked about this problem on the example of Ethiopia, I think, where there are 70 plus languages only in one country. And it was like a huge problem in the sense of content moderating and getting access to information from the social networks. Perhaps this reminds this a bit. It is indeed about the problem of accessibility of access to the information that we can, let's say, trust. Though with the chatbots, I think you should never trust. You should always verify what you get. And it is not only about hallucinations, right? If we are talking about instructions, whether they are in place or not, as I've told, it is hard to say for sure because we don't have this information, or there is a lack of transparency. We don't know for sure, so I cannot say that there is. But there was another research where I took place as an independent evaluator, and that I also briefly mention in my chapter. It also concerned audit of the replies of different chatbots. And it also was conducted in the context of Russian war against Ukraine. And in the course of that research, an interesting thing was live recorded. It was connected with this Russian AI chatbot, Alice. And what was recorded, and this video, 17 seconds, is on the YouTube, is that there was a question about Bucha in English. I think it was posted in English. What do you know about events in Bucha? And then chatbot begins to reply in Russian, and basically its reply aligns with the results of international reports, with the international law. Then it stops at some moment, around 10 seconds. All this reply eliminates, leaving a user with a reply. I'm very sorry, I don't know how to answer this question. I'll better be silent. We don't know exactly what was that, but our assumption is that there is a filter that filtrates the information. We cannot prove that. That is why I'm telling this in the terms of assumptions or not. If we could do that, I would definitely tell you. But the problem is in the accessibility of information and quality of information, because we can access different types of information from chatbots. But whether this information is a high quality or not, it depends.
Thank you, Daria. And Roberta, would you like to?
Yes, I was also following the new questions in the chat. So there are a lot. I'll try to address some of them. About Chadrek comment. I think that difficulty to it is difficult to accept to fully understand the new environment we are in as journalists, as researchers. So it is difficult in all the parts of the world, but from what we see, the centrality of the languages, the fact being the global south would be even more penalized than the the journalism in other countries because of the tendency to scale to concentration of these companies, and so the tendency to sign to use media content that is in the most spoken languages and reflecting the areas that are not necessarily without consideration for local context, etc. I want also to try to answer to a question from about the fear of the job about the jobs in journalism, because of course if there is the job reduction in as always the decrease in journalistic employment is already a reality, but maybe for the journalists it is important to accept, to consider, like for all the other jobs, that if you cannot do something that the AI can, if you have to do something that the AI cannot do. So investigative journalism is not something that AI can do. AI cannot find the news, but can use it to build a narrative. So there is a very, very strong team here that is training the journalists in the new environment. I don't think that I also saw that there was a comment about the ethical consideration on using the AI, considering that everybody is using AI to get the information, a limited and selected use of AI in the newsrooms to improve the media offer maybe should be accepted because it can improve the overall situation. So it is true that the impact on environment, on the energy consumption is there, but it is from the mass use of these tools. And yes, there was also a consideration of the fact that the AI is the new media. Yeah, maybe yes, this is the new media. This is the new way in which people access information. But maybe what is different now is that we had the same experience with the evolution of the social media and the search engines and the digital intermediaries in general. What is different now is that on an optimistic note is that the AI, we should see the AI training as something that is not made just once and forever. It is a flow. And without a flow of reliable information, AI will be hallucinate more and more and more. So there is a need for quality journalism, even from the point of view of the AI companies. So they are, in my opinion, this is why this market is emerging, but we don't really know exactly if the monetization of this value is the price is fair, because the value can be the value for society and for the public sphere is implies also many considerations that are not only of economic from the economic perspective. Hope that I answered at least at some of the questions.
Yeah, thank you, Roberta. I also wanted to answer two of the questions, or maybe three, and then give the floor to our speakers again. But there was a question on the use of AI and the catastrophic environmental effects it has, and whether or not it's acceptable for journalists to still incorporate it in their work. I think this is a question that we will probably need to ask the journalists in the last panel. I think Paris Marx will already be very critical related to this issue, but we also not need to ask the question, if journalists don't use AI, then who will use it? And then it will be the audiences that use AI, so that will create even more environmental effects, because more people will use the same tools to create the same environmental effects. I don't want to say that this justifies the environmental degradation, but we are at a point where it's probably impossible to say that journalists cannot or should not incorporate, at least in some way or another wisely, artificial intelligence in their work, because there are many other environmentally degrading activities that journalists do as well, for investigative journalism or any other kind of journalism. For example, they take flights, which usually are even more environmentally problematic than a few prompts. So it has to be a broader question and a broader discussion on this topic. There was also a question focusing on Pakistan and how it could be ensured that journalists can receive adequate training on the use of artificial intelligence. Here we can highlight that it's a problem, I think, not just in Pakistan, but all over the world, that there is a new technology. People are still figuring out how to use it in the best way. And journalists as well as audiences need training on this. So this is also the intention behind this project, the Media for Citizens and Democracy, which will organize trainings in some EU and candidate countries. But we will also work on a methodology to help other educators, not just participating in this program, but who want to use the insights of what we are doing to take this knowledge to their countries, to their communities, and use it for training. And that's also the reason why we had these online events to reach a broader audience. And when it comes to guidelines, there was already a comment following this question, sharing the guidelines of the Greek Journalists Union's Code of Ethics on AI. The Council of Europe has also published a guidance on this topic, and we will go more into detail on guidelines and ethical codes in our next event, where we will share some events. But this is a topic that is really hot, and lots of organizations are working on. So it's really important that you asked it, and we can hopefully discuss it in more details next time we have our event. But I expect the journalists who will speak in the last panel to also speak about it. And there were some questions, or maybe one specifically posed to Daria, about the search history that you had in your profile when you approached these questions. And I don't know if Roberta answered all the questions.
There is another question directly for me about the local and regional media. So maybe Daria can answer first.
Okay. So I will say, I had these steps. For the second and third, there was no previous history each time I deleted it, or no previous cookies each time I deleted them. So everything was eliminated. In addition, I had 3 different accounts, one for questions in English, other for questions in Russian, and the third one for Ukrainian. As to As to the first stage, it is a bit more complicated to answer this question. Why? When I made the reproductions in January and April this year, it was the same approach. No history, no cookies, 3 different accounts. But because I have lost the part of the print screens that I made in June 2025, I wouldn't say like for sure, like answer for sure, because like, you know, I cannot guarantee they are lost. I cannot prove. Basically, what I understood, what this situation like taught me, is that first of all, you need to make either screenshots, either videos, or maybe automated gather information and very fast, because information environment changes, and in half year it is a great probability that you will not get the same question answers anymore. The second thing is that there are 2, let's say, approaches. One is eliminate all cookies, eliminate all history and everything. So to have, like, you know, the pure answer that would, let's say, reflect what is in the core of the LLM. But to tell you the truth, there is some food for thought, because any of us, like chatting with the chat box, with the AI chat, do we always eliminate all history and all cookies before asking it some kind of questions? So if you approach this from the perspective of a general user, in most cases, you already have some kind of history. So there is a good actual question: how should we approach? Because our history provides the chat box a possibility to target us and our, like, you know, this align with our beliefs more. So the answer is for sure. The reproduction of results, second and third stages, no history, no cookies, 3 different accounts. But for the lost print screens, I cannot tell you for sure.
And before Roberta answers, I see that Paris Marx, our next speaker, is already here. And can I ask you to just say a sentence, just so that we see that your microphone works properly? Because otherwise we need to solve the problem.
Hopefully you can hear me.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you. So
Fantastic. Cool.
everything seems okay there. So then there's one remaining question for Roberta, and then we will ask our speakers again if there are some any concluding thoughts that they have, and then we will continue with Paris.
Yes,
So Roberta?
I think that this question from Augusto Santos is important, because he asks about how can local and regional news media also be protected and supported in this changing environment, and to what extent is the opt-out option an effective safeguard for smaller publishers. So yeah, because the issue is that in this environment, just the bigger players can protect themselves, because it is very expensive to protect your content, and also the opt-out option is an option, but it is not, because you have to demonstrate that somebody used your content, that it is very difficult, because the technical there is a need for technical investment, that investment in infrastructure, that it is not very easy to have for the smaller local, regional, community media. So the solution, I think that is act collectively, to federate, to join, and this is very important. For example, the work of the digital collective management organization in the the experience in Denmark, but also there are interesting experience in Belgium and other countries that we are trying to map in our monitor at European level. But this also it is also stressed by the proposals of the European Parliament in the revision of the Copyright Directive, meaning that tend to support the organization of the small publishers, but there are also other kind of proposals that say, okay, it would not be possible to have all the the individual journalists at the table of the negotiation. So maybe the solution can be another kind of solution, that is the levy solution, like a fund that the AI companies pay something for the use of content to a fund that is then redistributed to all the creative actors, and this is it is a different solution that goes in another direction. But in any case, what is clear is that this kind of media and freelancers and individual journalists are not able to compete in this environment if they don't organize themselves in some form of collective initiative. I hope that I think that I don't have additional remarks, Conrad. I think that for my part, I'm done.
Yeah, thank you, Roberta. There was one last comment in the chat, but it's more of a comment than a question. I just wanted to summarize it because it's really important. So basically, Joanna Burta is saying that we can, of course, and probably should understand how generative AI work. We need to stay on the top of our games. We need to understand our games. But we also need to understand what effects they have on marginalized communities. And in the end, we can also choose not to use ChatGPT daily in our work as journalists. And we shouldn't bow to peer pressure and use it just because everyone else is using it. I think this is really important, a really important takeaway. And I don't know, Daria, would you like to say something, or should we transition?
I think we should transition.
Okay, thank you so much. So thank you again for this first part of the event, and now we are transitioning to the keynote speech of Paris Marx. Before I give Paris the floor, I want to say hi to everyone who just joined and welcome you. This is the first online event of the Media for Citizens and Democracy project of the International Federation of Journalists and the EUI's Center for Media Pluralism Monitor. It will have two follow-up online events, another one on AI in September, and on the 1st of June we will have one on strategic lawsuits against public participation. And if you want to know more, you can visit our website which is cmpf.eui.eu. What else did I want to say? Probably that's it. And our keynote speech is on the pitfalls of generative AI in journalism. Our speaker is Paris Marx, who's a Canadian tech critic and the host of the award-winning Tech Won't Save Us podcast. He speaks around the world about the politics of technology and writes the Disconnect newsletter. He's the author of The Road to Nowhere, and his new book will be published, I think, this year. It's titled Hyperscale. So thank you, Paris, for joining us, and I give you the floor. Are you here with us?
Yes, are you speaking to me?
Yeah.
Sorry, I think my internet just got out right as you were trying to transition.
Yeah, so I just said a few introductory words, and I introduced you, saying that you're the podcast host of of Tech One Save Us, and that you have a book out, and another one will come this year, and that you would speak about the pitfalls of generative AI in journalism.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. And if I do have any connection issues during the talk, I'm on hotel Wi-Fi, so hopefully everything will be fine. But if not, just give me a heads up, and I can repeat anything I said. All right, so I will share my presentation, and hopefully that will work, and I'll be able to see it. We're good. You can see what I'm sharing, I hope.
Yes.
Yeah, it works.
Okay, perfect. Sounds good. All right. So I have quite a lot to say in the half hour I've been allotted. So we're just going to jump into it. And I would say in my talk, in my presentation, I'm going to be talking specifically about generative AI. I feel like, we're talking a lot about AI these past couple of years. And I feel like when we do talk about AI, often what we're talking about is generative AI, but we're not using, that specific term, right? Because AI can refer to a large number of things. And so, yeah, I want to make sure that I'm being clear that I'm speaking about generative AI. I think when we're speaking about AI more broadly, the conversation could be a bit more nuanced than I'm going to be in this presentation because, AI can refer to so many different technologies, but I'm referring to, the chatbots, the image generators, the things that have really been motivating a lot of these conversations the past few years. And that, of course, there's a big push to have journalists use in the present. And so I wanted to start by talking a bit about, the history, what generative AI is, and then we can get into what that means for journalists and journalists using these tools. And so I'm sure it won't be news to you to hear, of course, that ChatGPT was released in November of 2022. And since then, it feels like we have been in this era where the push has been that so many different parts of society need to adopt generative AI, need to adopt these tools, that this is a transformative technology, that if we don't use these technologies, we're all going to be left behind, right? Whether that's in education or healthcare, or certainly in journalism where we find ourselves. But obviously I would kind of take issue with that. And so as we jump into this, I want to go back to a very long time ago, the 1960s, where we actually had the first chatbot created by Joseph Weizenbaum. He was a professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and he made a chatbot called Eliza at that time that was really kind of modeled on a psychotherapist. And so the idea is, you would kind of talk to it, and it was much more rudimentary than the chatbots that we have today. And it was designed to kind of turn the things that you said to it around to you, right? To kind of pose them back to you as a question, to get you to discuss it. And when he was creating this technology, Joseph Weizenbaum was a technological optimist. He was someone who was excited by the notion of AI and what it could mean for the future. But then when he saw how people related to the chatbot that he created, his views on this technology started to quickly shift. And there's a story in particular, it's debated about whether it is, entirely accurate even happened, but I think it's illustrative of the type of thing that he struggled with, where, the story goes that his assistant was, kind of using the program, having a discussion with the program, and asked him to leave the room because she felt that the conversation she was having with the chatbot was, quite sensitive. And it indicated to him, and this is something that is proven in much research since then, that, when we encounter a technology or an animal or something like that, that seems to have some degree of human quality, we want to ascribe that quality to it, right? We want to believe that we are engaging with something that has human qualities. And so when we see that reflected in a technology like a chatbot, even if the kind of ability of thought, even if those human qualities are not there, we want to ascribe it to it, right? Because we want to believe that we are always engaging with other humans, with entities that have these kinds of qualities, and we certainly see that in the way that the industry has tried to frame chatbots, but also the way that people have kind of responded to to these technologies rolling out, and certainly the conversations that they've been having with chatbots and things like that. Also at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology at the time was John McCarthy, and he actually coined the term artificial intelligence back in 1956. At the time, the kind of dominant research on computers was called cybernetics, and was kind of in that environment. And he basically created this term artificial intelligence because he was looking for more research funding. And so he created the Artificial Intelligence Project in 1958 with Marvin Minsky as they sought to basically get more funding for their research. And so they wanted to create, a different term, a different field, so that they could get funded to do more of the work that they wanted to do. And of course, a lot of that funding came from the U.S. military at the time to kind of fund the research that they were doing. But they had a particular ideology of the way that they saw the computer, essentially, right? Where they believed that this was something that they could get to a level where it could think like a human, right? That you could kind of recreate human thought processes within the kind of mechanical and computational environment, which is not something that is a given, right? Which is something that is a very clear debate. And ultimately, that kind of divide is illustrated in people like Joseph Weizenbaum or Joseph McCarthy, right? Where on the one hand, you have someone like Weizenbaum who would argue that you can never recreate, the kind of these human qualities within a machine, and that we are very wrong to believe that that can happen. And that is a view that is still very well supported today. Whereas on the other side, you have people like McCarthy who would argue that it's kind of inevitable that we do kind of create this artificial intelligence that is within a computer. His partner, Marvin Minsky, even referred to the brain, the human brain, as a meat machine. And so, they really sought to degrade what it meant to have human intelligence, to make it something that seemed like it could be recreated computationally. And so this is, kind of a major divide that we see playing out today as well. And of course, the arguments made by McCarthy are ones that you will see echoed by many of the leaders in Silicon Valley as they try to make us believe that that AI is something transformative, is something where they are going to try to replicate human thought and human consciousness, or even exceed it through the computational environment, through something like artificial intelligence or artificial general intelligence, as they refer to it. And just to give you an idea, since the 1950s, we have seen these ups and downs, these peaks and valleys in AI development, right? In AI excitement as well. There have been many moments where AI was supposedly, about to take off, about to change everything, and then we have these moments of reflection, and where people need to kind of go back to the drawing board. And the question today, of course, is: have we reached this moment where we have reached the breakthrough, where AI is going to transform everything, where what Silicon Valley CEOs tell us, is the future, is something that we're really realizing? Or is this just another, kind of cycle where, we are, we're going to head back into one of these, what they call AI winters, where, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board, and there's a bunch of excitement, and sure, there's some aspects of this technology that are going to stick around, but the transformative nature of it that they're trying to sell us on is certainly not what we're dealing with at the moment. And obviously that's there's a lot of debate around that right now. I think you'll probably be able to tell through my presentation where I stand on that. Certainly, I'm not aligned with the people in Silicon Valley who financially benefit by having us believe that the breakthrough is here. And so what is generative AI then, right? What is this technology that we're all being told that we need to use? I would argue that what makes this possible is really three key things. The first is centralized computing power. And certainly you'll see that with the major data centers that we hear so much about today. So back in 2006, Amazon is actually, the first of the major tech companies that really moves forward on creating a cloud computing business and really starting to centralize the computing power that we collectively use and to sell it to individuals and organizations through Amazon Web Services. Microsoft and Google follow after that, and there are a number of other companies that compete in that field, but the three dominant ones globally are Amazon, Microsoft, and Google. And they control a significant amount of computational power and a growing kind of percentage of that computational power as well, whether it's within their own data centers or the data centers that they lease from other companies. And so this was really key to making generative AI possible, right? You needed all of this kind of centralized computational power to train the AI models that are behind tools like ChatGPT or these various image or video generators. The other piece of that is massive data collection, which you will also be very familiar with because it includes much of the journalism that you have done or that the organizations you work for have published, right? So these companies went out and they basically scraped as much as they could get access to through the internet, which includes obviously books, news articles, movies and visual media. But it also includes things like virtually everything we've posted to social media platforms over the past couple of decades. Basically anything they could get their hands on, they scraped and took in to train these models. And so you need the capacity, one, to train through all that centralized computing power. You also need all this data that's available to you, which luckily the internet has made possible for them. And so they went out and just took it. Without asking permission from anybody. And now, of course, they're starting to sort of deal with the repercussions of that and also just trying to get governments to write laws that, kind of justify what they've done. And then the third piece of that is, of course, immense amounts of capital, right? You have some of the largest companies in the world by market capitalization. They have, massive bank balances in order to spend on these things. When you're thinking of Google, Microsoft, and Amazon, of course, you do have some newer companies that have moved in, the OpenAIs, Anthropics, Mistral in France, of course. But even in those cases, a lot of the money that those companies relied on actually came from those massive tech companies that were, that are the dominant ones that existed and that have existed for some time now. So OpenAI relied heavily on Microsoft, of course. Anthropic has made deals with Amazon and other tech companies. Even these smaller AI companies have relied massively on the major tech giants. So I would say that these are the three things that really make this technology possible. And without one of these pieces, something like generative AI really wouldn't exist because it relies on massive amounts of computation, massive amounts of data, and it's incredibly expensive, which we'll come back to. And of course, getting to that computational piece, there are these massive data centers being built out around the world that maybe you've reported on, or certainly you've read stories on, that demand a lot of resources. And then the number and the scale of this keeps growing. Every year, the size of new data centers gets bigger and bigger, which means their demands grow and grow, but also the number that these companies are building is also continually increasing. And so what we're seeing is that globally, there were 430 hyperscale data centers in 2018 controlled by these major tech companies. There are certainly other data centers out there that don't kind of meet the hyperscale term, that are not that size. By 2020, there were 597. By 2024, we're looking at over 1,130, with another more than 500 being planned or under construction at that moment. And so that's just at the end of 2024. We've seen a lot more added in 2025, and of course, many more being placed under construction at that time. You'll certainly have heard about the water demands of data centers. They use that for cooling for the most part. And what we're seeing around the world is that a lot more data centers are being located in areas that are experiencing high degrees of water stress. And so they don't have a lot of water to spare, but there's still a lot of data centers being built in those areas. The United States is the worst. Of course, the United States is where more data centers are being built than anywhere else. But we also see in other parts of the world, including parts of Europe, where this is becoming a bigger and bigger problem as well, as more and more of these data centers are being built in areas that do not have the water to properly support them or to support, kind of all the needs that the regions have. And now you're adding data centers on top of it, which increases the risks of droughts and, people not having access to the water that they need. And then the other piece of that is, of course, the amount of electricity that they demand, which is both for running, the facility itself and all the computers within it, but also for cooling as well through air conditioning and things like that. And so we're seeing now that by the end of 2024, data centers use more than, say, the country of Italy in order to be powered. And essentially they use more than 16, like there are only 16 nations that use more electricity than all the data centers in the world. And that was at the end of 24. Obviously, we've added many more in 2025. The other piece of that, of course, is, we're seeing significant, demands around the world where kind of the energy demand of AI data centers in particular is poised to significantly increase over the next 10 years. And a lot of the increased demand the increased power that is going to meet that demand is coming from fossil fuels, and in particular gas and coal. And you can very clearly imagine what that means for our emissions targets, our ability to address climate change, to meet those types of demands. This is kind of a climate disaster, and we're seeing in many countries it is holding them back from meeting climate targets. In Ireland, for example, where more than 20% of electricity goes to data centers now, it has made it much more difficult for them to meet their climate targets. In the United States, they actually saw their emissions quite notably jump last year after a long period of time where they were steady or falling. And so this is really starting to make it much more difficult to address climate change at a moment where we really need to be doing that. And so at this moment, I would say, I think that this is enough of a reason to start to consider whether we should be using generative AI tools, right? Kind of the demands on the planet, on our societies. And of course, I would say, certainly there's an environmental and climate impact, but if you think about demands for electricity and demands for water, that also has a human and community impact, right? As people are potentially cut off or have limitations put on their ability to access key things like water and electricity. But there are many other reasons why journalists should be wary of relying on generative AI. And I want to get into a few of them here as well. And I think that there are many more than I will even talk about here, but these are the ones that really stand out to me. First is the effect on readers, right? The effect on the society that I would imagine that we're hoping to serve and to inform and to better through the work that we're doing. And so we already see that. Sorry, I'm just checking comments when they come up just to make sure that my internet's not cutting out or anything like that. So we already see that there are a number of studies that suggest that reliance on chatbots affects people's critical thinking skills, affects their ability to retain information, basically affects human cognition. And so if you have a large portion of society relying on these tools, using these tools more and more, and we're hoping, I would imagine, as journalists, to have a society that is, thinking critically about what is going on, that is kind of a literate and thinking society, I think that this actually, poses a real threat to the type of society that I think that, we want to cultivate and be a part of, right? And so, I think that this is something that we need to keep in mind when we're thinking of the people who are engaging with our work and whether they can engage with it properly if they are relying more and more on chatbots, and that is affecting their ability, to properly engage with that material and to think about the society in which they live in a critical fashion to try to improve it in some sense, right? There's also, of course, the broader effects that kind of moves beyond, the specific relationship to journalism, where we have people who develop dependencies on these technologies that they end up using them to help them engage in self-harm or to take their own lives, or just because of that dependence, they start to have significant mental health effects, beyond critical thinking abilities or anything, that can lead them down some really dark paths. And in Canada, of course, we're dealing with a situation where we had, I believe it's our second worst mass shooting in our history. And it came out just after that happened that the mass shooter had actually kind of engaged in scenarios with ChatGPT to try to plan out and game out how to undertake that mass shooting. And there's actually reporting in the Wall Street Journal that showed that there was debate within OpenAI as to whether to report this person to authorities, and they ultimately decided not to do that. And it was after that decision was made that the person went on to commit this mass shooting after using ChatGPT to help them kind of plan it out and kind of game out violent potential scenarios of how they were going to do this, and ultimately took people's lives. And so I think there are real reasons to be concerned about this technology and the social impacts that it has, which I think does have an effect on how we think about whether we engage with it or use it. And then the other piece of what it does to the broader information environment that people are engaging in when they're trying to understand the world. And one piece of that is engaging with the chatbots themselves, where we have had a number of studies now finding that there.
Paris, we lost you. You're muted now.
Okay, sorry about that. I think I'm back though.
Yeah, you're back.
All right. Where did you lose me? And I'll pick up from there.
I think it was the beginning of the slide, or
Beginning of the slide. Okay,
yeah.
cool. Just give me 1 second. Here we go. All right. So, one thing is the kind of effects on people, on society. The other is what that's doing for the information environment. And so there have been studies at this point that look into the factuality of the responses being generated by these chatbots. And they find in many cases that there's between kind of a 30 to mid 40% of problems with the factual nature of the information that people are receiving in the responses from chatbots. This is a study, the kind of first screenshot here from a study from BBC and a number of other European broadcasters that found it's kind of in the 40s. The average percentage from these chatbots, it's in the 40% that there's a significant problem with the factuality of what they are generating. Again, there are other studies I've seen that put it more in the 30%, 30 to 35% range, but still that's a significant problem when people are relying on this for information, right? When they're turning to it for information. And then the other piece of that is the way that these technologies can be used to create false information, where sometimes that is for engagement, to try to make money, where in other times it's to intentionally try to deceive people, which is, a whole other problem. And, of course, you have this openly being shared on social media platforms now to try to, mess with people's understanding of reality of the information that they are engaging with, right? So that's one issue. Then there's the issue of trust. We know that trust in journalism has been declining, has been a problem. How does using generative AI tools then affect the trust in journalism? We talk a lot about hallucinations, the kind of false outputs that come from these chatbots, from these tools, hallucinations being, of course, the industry term. OpenAI published, or researchers at OpenAI published a paper in September 2025 that quite clearly showed that hallucinations, these false outputs, are kind of built into large language models. They're not a flaw of large language models. They're something that you can't actually engineer out of them. So these problems are always going to be there with this technology. It's not something that can be solved for or removed. You just need to expect that you're getting a certain degree of false information with it, which again brings up the question of utility. But we have had a number of surveys now over the past few years that show that readers do lose trust if they find out that generative AI is being used by journalists and journalist organizations, news organizations. So the first screenshot I have here is from a survey in 2024. I know, a couple of years ago now, in the UK, where it showed very clearly that people's trust declines when they hear that generative AI has been put into the process. And then, a survey that was across 6 countries in 2025, done by the Reuters Institute and the University of Oxford, similarly found that people are not comfortable with AI, being put into the process of creating journalism. So when we're already dealing with an issue of public trust in the work that journalists are doing and what news organizations are publishing, I think there's a real reason to be wary of relying on these tools that are going to further affect the public's ability to trust what we're doing. And certainly we see that with the growing list of reputable news organizations that have had to pull things back, that have had false AI generated either full articles or quotes or things like that be put into their stories and end up being published. This is a serious problem that comes with the use of these tools. The other piece is, of course, the broader degradation of the model of journalism, right, that we have seen over a long period of time. And so, back in the 1990s and early 2000s, that was the loss of classifieds revenue from newspapers as those things shifted online to Craigslist and platforms like that. In the 2000s, through to now, we have seen how digital advertising has been used, on these major platforms in order to drive money away from news organizations and toward platforms like Google and Facebook, and the effect that that has had on journalism. And part of that is, of course, the shifting of also the relationship with the audience from the newspaper or watching the news channel or even just visiting the media organization's website to instead receiving that information from social media platforms, from a search engine like Google, now from a chatbot as we move into the generative AI era. And just as we were sold on, these other technologies in the past and how they might, kind of serve a role for media organizations, I think that we should be wary of what generative AI is going to further do to that model. It feels like we're kind of being sold on it's an inevitability. We need to try to make some money off of it instead of, things being made even worse because generative AI is rolling out, rather than thinking about whether we should be engaging in that at all. And certainly we have seen that over the past 2 decades. Google's advertising mix has shifted much more toward itself, toward Google's owned properties, its search engine and things like that. So it is taking more of the revenue, but it still relies on a lot of the user data that comes from other websites and whatnot, right? It is making sure that more people are on its platforms rather than being served ads out on other parts of the internet and making its money that way. And certainly even before AI overviews were, part of the conversation, it was already starting to do that with things like featured snippets, where, it was taking a snippet from a website, displaying it at the top of the search results, and of course it would argue that then people would go through to that specific link, but really what that was doing was keeping more people on Google for longer rather than having them move on to other websites. And now AI overviews are doing that to a much greater degree because it is, trying to generate, a very specific response to the prompt it's being given, to the search it's being given. And people are far less likely to click through. And we have actually seen that in the numbers, whether that is, 20 creators or 20 website makers that Google itself kind of invited to its headquarters, who saw their traffic from Google drop significantly once AI overviews were introduced, or what we see from media organizations. My second screenshot here is that we are seeing, from 2024 to 2025, a significant drop in the amount of traffic that's coming from Google platforms, and to a certain degree from other social media, which is, a significant problem that comes with the reliance on these platforms and still kind of building a model around the tools that these tech companies are giving us. And the final one I would make is that the business case is also very unclear for relying on these technologies as well. A lot of the argument is that we need to be using this because it makes us more efficient, or it makes news organizations more efficient. And so that is a reason why generative AI needs to be brought into the, kind of the process, right? But actually what we find is that a lot of organizations that have been rolling out generative AI pilots are not finding the productivity gains that they expected. And we even find that, that workers themselves who use it are not finding that that they are becoming more productive as a result of these tools. And especially if we recognize, on the journalism side of things, that there are going to be a significant risk of errors in the outputs of chatbots and generative AI, there's a lot of checking that then needs to go into that I would argue adds a lot of work as well, if the serious work of checking those things is going to be done. And finally, I would say that we're accessing generative AI in this moment, these tools, at a certain price, right? But we know that these companies are losing and spending vast amounts of money in order to build out these technologies in this moment, and they are not making a profit on that. In one quarter in 2025, the quarter ending on September 30th, OpenAI is reported to have lost $11.5 billion just in that quarter. We know that Microsoft and Google have already started raising prices to try to make up for some of the losses that they're seeing from rolling out these tools. Certainly, they're making money in other parts of their businesses, so it's not as big of a concern for them in the short term. But ultimately, these are very expensive tools that these companies are eventually going to look for profits from, right? They are going to want to make money from them. Right now, they're being offered at very low rates to try to lock dependents in this moment, so that when the prices go up, people will still keep paying for them, even though they will be much more expensive. And so I think that is also something that needs to be on our minds right now, where even if you're someone who wants to be using generative AI, recognize that the price of using that is going to become much higher over the coming years as these companies look for profits. And so at this point, I would just say finally that if we're thinking about, the takeaways here, I would say that we should be very, that we should think twice before buying into the plans that major tech companies present to us as being the way of the future, the way forward, the ways that we're all going to benefit, when really they're looking to benefit themselves first and foremost. That we should really be pushing for regulatory action to constrain the power of those companies and their ability to shape so many industries beyond their own, including news and journalism. And ultimately, I think the kind of point of differentiation that journalism can offer is, the high quality human-made work that people can trust and rely on, rather than presenting the risk of error from the integration of generative AI and the reliance on those tools. And I would just end with a quote from Ursula K. Le Guin, who is one of my favorite authors. This is a quote that focuses more on, writers broadly, but I think it applies for journalists too. And she says, "Hard times are coming when we'll be wanting the voices of writers who can see alternatives to how we live now, can see through our fear-stricken society and its obsessive technologies to other ways of being, and even imagine real grounds for hope. We'll need writers who can remember freedom, poets, visionaries, realists of a larger reality." Certainly, I think as journalists, we look at the world, we try to understand the world, we try to investigate what's going on, but we also want people to, we want to try to make, I would hope, a positive impact on the world and to try to inform the public about what is happening. And I think that means that we also need to be thinking critically about the tools that we allow into our process, and kind of the effects that they might be having on the world as well, if we adopt them. So thank you so much for your time and for listening to me. Yeah, thanks so much. And apologies for my internet.
Thank you so much, Paris. And I see there are a bunch of questions already in the chat. I don't have them all on paper at the moment because there are too many, but I will probably start with the last one, which asks whether we could use the time and energy saved by the use of AI in journalism to create new media offers that provide societal added value. So whether you think that this would be a legitimate approach for journalists.
So is the question on using the tools, or sorry, one second now.
Maybe I can just read the whole question because
Sure, that'd be
it
great.
starts with a comment and criticism. So it says criticism of the media is as old as our knowledge as recorded in the media. Socrates says criticism of the invention of writing, that people would forget how to memorize things. And of course, that doesn't dispel the criticism. The question is simply how we can integrate AI into our daily lives and how our concept of human competence must evolve accordingly. When applied to journalism, is AI seen merely as a cost-cutting measure, or can we use the time freed up to conceive of new media offerings that provide societal added value?
Yeah, so I think it's a great question. I would say from my perspective, I see the discussions of AI as being focused more around cost cutting and efficiency, right? You know, recognizing that at many media organizations, there is pressure on budget. And part of that pressure, a lot of that pressure, I would argue, comes from the business models or how these tech companies have transformed the business model and sucked revenue over time. And certainly we could criticize media for not adapting properly over time and all those sorts of things. But this is the situation we find ourselves in at the moment. And so for me, I think that when I look at AI and then when I look at the way that AI, specifically generative AI, is being pushed, it is specifically around making things cheaper, making things quicker, those sorts of responses to it or approaches to it. And I would say that we certainly see from a lot of media organizations the attempt to, or a certain number of media organizations to roll out AI and then justify, cutting back on other roles, whether that's journalists or other roles in the organization, as a result of rolling that out. I would say, there is an assumption that time is then freed up by rolling out these technologies. I would maybe question that to a certain degree and say that if we recognize that there is a risk of false information or errors in what is generated from using generative AI tools, and we recognize that that does need to be checked to a certain degree to make sure that those errors are not, are not kind of left in there, then that also takes a certain degree of time. And I would say that a lot of the approach at the moment is to, do some checking but maybe hope that, if you're using the tool that the errors aren't going to be left in there. And that's part of where we see some of the issues with media organizations having to, pull back on things that have been published that are erroneous. And so, yeah, I think I debate the notion of cost cutting. And then the final point I would add is that the other assumption of cost cutting is that the cost of generative AI is going to stay where it is at the moment. And I think as I explained, I think there's a big reason to believe that the cost of generative AI is actually going to significantly increase. And so if we're building in that dependence at the moment, then the cost of continuing to use that technology is going to grow over time. And any notion of kind of it being a cost cutting measure or being an efficiency measure is going to further erode. Yeah.
Thank you. And I would bundle a bunch of questions now before we get to the newer ones. So the first one is from Wasim from Spain. So the question is, by the way, why are humans afraid of AI bots? I mean to say it's a race like Subway surfers and so on. They are more faster, more accurate, and more artistic. I don't know, the more faster, more accurate, and more artistic ones will be the winners. AI writes many styles and angles as humans or like journalists. Using the same information with different unique styles is not, I think, under the copyright or any other codes of ethics. If possible, please, can you more specifically explain the copyright breaches in the modern era? Then I think this one is more of a comment. This concerning that water stress will cause issues for a region which already faces a water crisis. Here, the next one asks, where do we strike a balance between individual responsibility and AI companies for those impacts as society is increasingly relying on AI for work purposes? Then there is a very philosophical one, which might require you to answer in several hours. How long will it take for humans to realize that AI systems were not a good idea? And according to the slide of the Microsoft study and ChatGPT, do you think AI can hallucinate and misinform about the story in another part of the world? And if yes, what mechanisms can be developed to provide journalists to check and recheck?
Yeah, there are a lot of questions there. Okay, so I'll start with the issue of copyright, right? Which is basically that um, the people who create certain works own the copyrights to those works unless they've been assigned to other organizations, right? In some cases, the copyright for news stories and things are assigned to the organization that published it rather than the journalist. That depends on the place that you're talking about and the specific agreements. But really, our traditional understanding of copyright is that those things are owned. And if other companies want to use them for something, or other people want to use them for something, that they need to seek permission, right? They need to seek the right to copy that information. And basically what we have seen is these tech companies go out and basically seize everything, copyrighted material, non-copyrighted material, and use it as the basis to create their products that they're now, selling to the world, trying to make revolutionary. And I think it is really telling that they see that there is a problem here, that they have been very active in lobbying, whether it's in Europe, whether it's in the UK, whether it's in North America and other parts of the world, to make sure that copyright laws are actually changed to legalize the action that they took over time. And we have had courts rule against the actions that they have taken in order to take all of this material, whether it's from media organizations, whether it's from book publishers and authors, that this is something that is usually considered to be a violation of copyright, and that they want to make sure that they are not going to be held to account for engaging in. So that's that bit of it. Let me see. Individual responsibility versus the companies. I think that's a great question as well, right? But I would say that I think that the companies hold a lot of power and a lot of sway. And I do think that there is a degree to which people can say, okay, I'm opting out of this. I've never used ChatGPT and I have no intention of doing so. But I think that there are a lot of technologies that just get integrated into our lives and that we don't have much of a choice around whether we can use them, right? So if I use the Google search engine, you know, generative AI is going to be pushed on me through an AI overview, and I have no choice about that, really. Our society has been transformed over a long period of time that dependence on a lot of these technologies is largely built in, right? Because of the structure of how society has.
We lost you again.
I'm so sorry. I swear I usually don't have this much problem with hotel and say that yes, I think that there is some argument for individual responsibility and individuals having to think about what they're doing. And certainly I think that's part of what we're talking about here, right? Whether journalists should be using these tools and the individual responsibility that comes along with doing so. Certainly news organizations more broadly. But I also think that the companies have a lot of responsibility here, have a lot of power more than anything. These companies have a lot more power than an individual, and can use that power to shape laws, to shape the actions of governments, to shape the actions of other companies. And the kind of technologies they adopt and things like that. And so that is part of the reason that I mentioned the need for regulation to actually constrain the powers that those companies have. Certainly whether it's around generative AI, but also beyond that as well. How long to realize these tools or AI or whatnot is just not a good idea. I think, as Conrad said, that's something that we could talk about for a very long time. I don't know. I think on the one hand, it's a difficult discussion. On the other hand, I see hope that we are having discussions today that maybe we wouldn't have had in years past. And I think part of that is oriented around, the data center issue that is making this very present to people, especially if you live in a community where a lot of these are being built, and we're seeing the opposition to data centers grow significantly. And that is linked into AI in particular. But I also think that we see a growing number of polls and surveys that show that the public is really not on board for this. And we have seen in the past that if you have enough public opposition to a technology, or even just public ridicule of a technology, that they can be pushed aside. If we think about the attempt of Google to roll out Google Glass, over a decade ago now, people kind of laughed that out of existence because it was ridiculous, but also people didn't want, cameras on people's faces. There's an open question as to whether we'll stop it again this time. The attempt to build cryptocurrency into more of our infrastructure, I would say was pushed back. Obviously, there's still an attempt to do that today, which is why vigilance is needed. We're not all living in the metaverse at the moment, or engaging in the metaverse. Certainly, we're on a Zoom call, but we're not using VR headsets and engaging with digital avatars. So I do think that the public collectively has more power than we often believe we have when it comes to these things, and we can use it if we come together to do so. But then, part of that is shaming the companies. Part of that is using government power, which I think is what is necessary in the case of generative AI. The final question, what was that? Hallucinations. I think ultimately the hallucination question is a difficult question because as I mentioned, and as the companies have acknowledged, hallucinations are built into this product, right? Which means false information, false outputs are built into the product. I guess you can check the sources that the chatbot is referring you to see if they reflect what the answer is actually saying. Again, but at that point, I would argue that then you're engaging in a degree of checking that in part kind of negates the point of using the technology in the first place if you want to make sure that everything that you're reading from it is factually accurate. And especially if you're thinking about a source that has been translated that's in a different language, and now the chatbot is relaying to you what happened in it. Again, there's a big risk there because it's harder for you to check whether that is accurate or not. So I think what I'm trying to say is that I don't think that there's a foolproof way to say, okay, we're checking this source, and we know that it's going to be accurate now, because I think that there's a real risk built into a lot of this. And I think if I think less about journalists and more about the public, one of the things I feel like I've observed over the past few years is that initially there was a real hesitancy of falling for something that was AI generated, right? Because then you look kind of stupid or dumb, or you fell for this. Now I feel like it has been normalized to a certain degree where people will consume more AI generated information on social media platforms. Sometimes they will recognize it's AI generated and kind of joke about it. Oh, I saw this AI generated thing or whatnot. In other cases, they will not realize it's AI generated, right? Especially if they don't have, again, if we're talking about critical thinking skills, kind of the ability to weed out what is real and what is not. That if those skills are not there, then you're falling for more false information that is spreading around that can be created much easier than in the past, because these tools enable that to happen. And it's not just, of course, ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude or Grok that's being used for that, but also kind of open source models that people are then taking and using and kind of tweaking in order to use for the output of false information or misleading information and things like that.
Thank you. We have two more questions, and I think we can take them one by one because both of them are rather complex, and they might require longer answers. But first, let me say hello to the students of the University of Florence who are watching us on a movie screen, apparently. So I would start with the second question, because the next one, the one on journalism, will also be a good transition for the next panel. So there is a question by Elder Brogy. What is the regulatory approach you would suggest to follow for generative AI? And I assume you have talked about this issue a lot in your podcast as well. You have followed the AI Act, also the DSA. So so the question is, what would be your regulatory approach?
Yeah, it's a great question, right? And the reality is that it's a complex one, because I think it can take many different forms. And I think that some of the regulation that would have to do with generative AI is actually, is about regulation of the tech industry more broadly and the model that they have created, right? And so, if you think about kind of a fundamental kind of underpinning aspect of that, there is, of course, the question of data, right? As I mentioned, these tools rely on massive amounts of data. These companies are constantly collecting more data in order to train them, to update them, what have you. I think that we need much stricter regulations on data collection, data use, data storage, how that can work, how long they can actually hold on to data. But also, kind of going back to the copyright question, what data they can take, whose permission they need in order to use that kind of data. And I think that, in the past, that we think about regulation around data is often focused on the individual, right? The rights of the individual and things like that. But I do think that we need to be thinking a bit more collectively here as well, and not always putting the kind of burden of that on the individual too, right? So actually, limiting the ability of these companies to take copyrighted material and use it to train these models. And what the companies argue for is that if there is going to be some regulation on this front, that it should be an opt-out, right? So that they should be able to take anything that they want, unless, say me as copyright owner specifically goes in and fills out some form to say, you cannot take this copyrighted work that I created and use it for your model. And you can see how that is a very, kind of bureaucratic and time-intensive process on the part of me, the copyright owner, in this case, right? And of course, the argument is often that, from the other side, from in the side that I would support, is that you need more of an opt-in, right? If they want to be using this information, someone needs to opt in to copyright owner ever opt-in. It's kind of one piece of this. Obviously, that's can be seen as complex, but really, it's just the question of whose rights are you supporting more than anyone else's, right? Are you supporting the rights of the tech companies to do what they want to pursue their business goals, or are you supporting the rights of the people who created this kind of work? But then there are other things that we can look at, right? Around sharing the actual data sets that go into training these models, so we can get a better understanding of what is going on with them. Which is not so much about reducing the use, but forcing transparency on them so that we know what is actually happening here, how they're being trained. I also think that there's an argument for, AI labeling, for, again, as a transparency measure. But then we can also go even further, where I think that there are discussions, obviously you'll all be very aware of this, there are discussions around digital sovereignty, around the technologies that we're using. And I think part of kind of the broader discussion or debate is that we are right now dependent on a series of technologies. We're dependent on kind of a tech infrastructure, certainly a digital technological infrastructure that has been really shaped by American companies over the past couple of decades, over the past few decades, that was also built on a very specific business model or set of business models that have created a type of internet or a type of digital environment where there is a lot of data collection, where it is very extractive, where there are certain ways that companies try to spy on us, to take our personal information, to try to monetize the services that they create. And I think that there's also a debate there, or a discussion to be had there, about whether these companies, or whether this approach is actually leading us down the right path, or the proper path that is good for our wider societies, rather than just being good for these major tech companies. And so I think that when we have these debates around the technologies that we rely on, and kind of the digital infrastructure and environment that we rely on, especially when we look at how the one that we rely on right now is requiring the build out of all these massive data centers that have particular environmental and community and human impacts, that there is an opportunity to step back there and to say, wait, what is this digital system that we have created? What is this digital society or digitally assisted society that we have created? Is this really working for so many of us? Is it working for journalism and for information and for our democratic societies? But is it working more broadly as well? And I think that we would find in many cases that the answer is no, that this isn't working very well for us. And so can we use our collective power, whether that's individuals coming together to advocate, but also governmental power, in order to think about a different approach here that is based on a very different set of values. And, obviously it's going to involve the private sector, so business models as well, that are not the ones that are, creating these problems that we're consistently dealing with from these tech companies, whether it's the social media companies and the big debates that we're having about those right now, but certainly on the generative AI front as well. And just the notion that this is the future of technology that we all need to adopt, that we all need to be using, that it is inevitable. I think that those are discussions that we need to be having, right? And that we need to be able to open our minds to thinking not just about whether we need European generative AI or American generative AI, but about whether generative AI as a whole is something that is good for our societies or that is useful.
And then we have one last question. I don't know to what extent it is part of your expertise. I mean, to some extent, I assume you know how it's done in newsrooms because your podcast is connected to The Nation magazine. But Revka's question is, how, in your view, is the integration of AI tools negotiated within media organizations? Who makes these decisions? Who signs these agreements? And how do media outlets believe so religiously in financial profitability despite the considerable risks you have mentioned?
It's a good question. And yeah, as you mentioned, I think my direct, I guess, like engagement with this is limited because, I don't work inside a traditional newsroom, though I have certainly spoken to plenty of people who do. I think, unfortunately, one of the things that we see is a lot of media organizations, going for the kind of short-term deals with the AI companies, whether that is just making a deal with them, with the open AIs of the world or something like that, or suing them in order to get a settlement where a deal comes out of that in order to basically get some licensing revenue from the use of the publication's journalism in order to train the generative AI models. And so for me, I would say that you can see the argument for it because if there's possible revenue on the table, you want to get a hold of it. But I would say that I also think it's short-term thinking because, as I outlined, I think that if generative AI gets entrenched, that it does present a further risk to journalism itself, right? To people's trust in journalism, to people's reliance on journalism, to the amount of factual information that people are engaging with. I think that there is a real threat there. And so if we're thinking about how it moves into newsrooms, obviously there are two ways, right? There's one where it is kind of imposed from above and there are expectations that people use it, whether that is on the journalism side or whether that's more on kind of like the administrative side or the back end. Which is certainly something we've seen more and more of. I spoke to a publisher who basically got rid of his copy editors and was using generative AI instead, right, in order to cut costs. And I would say it's not like a New York Times kind of level newsroom, but it's still an influential publication. So that's coming from one end. But then there's the other end where there are journalists who do want to experiment with this technology, who are trying to see how to use it. Obviously, there's then negotiations of guidelines around how it can be used. That can be within an organization or through kind of journalist unions as to what is the right approach. But basically, there are many different ways that can be discussed, can be negotiated, that it enters into newsrooms, that any of that happens. And certainly there will be people with more knowledge on that than I would. But I would say that because there are multiple ways that it gets into newsrooms, that also means that there are multiple fronts where it can be contested as well. Because there are many opportunities there. But certainly if journalists are unionized, I think that presents a real opportunity to try to do a pushback to management that is trying to push generative AI tools onto the newsroom and to go along with a vision from the tech companies of how journalism and how the future of our society broadly should work, even if that is going to be detrimental to journalism in the long term, because there's the opportunity of short-term revenue. And while it's potentially the more difficult path, I definitely think that there's an argument to be made, that media organizations do try to present themselves as, trustworthy, reliable. This is something that's from humans and not from, there's no risk of kind of generated errors or things making it their way into stories, but also thinking more seriously about how that relationship to the audience is rebuilt after a long period of time where a lot of people have, just kind of developed the habit of getting news and information from Google, from social media, and now from chatbots, and trying to figure out how to rebuild that relationship with the audience so it's more direct, especially at a moment where, people are, a significant portion of the public has problems with AI, lacks trust in AI, but we also see a growing, criticism issue with social media companies, and the tech companies more broadly. I think that there's a real, opportunity to be taken advantage of there, if organizations and journalists want to take it.
Thank you so much, and a huge virtual applause for this presentation. Based on the comments, I think the audience really enjoyed it. There were also a few questions about slides, whether they will be made available. So we will discuss this with speakers, including Paris, but I saw Paris nodding, so we can very likely do that afterwards. And now we can transition to the next block, in which we will talk to representatives of the media. I think we can start, or we should start with the representatives of the two traditional newsrooms, if we can call them traditional. If you dislike the term, then you can just then you can just react on that in the presentation or after. And for those who just joined us, I would like to mention that this is the first online event and the second event of the Media for Citizens and Democracy project of the International Federation of Journalists and the EUI's Center for Media Pluralism and Media Freedom. In the next 1.5 years, we will do some trainings on the ground in EU member states and in candidate countries as well. And we will have 2 more online events. One of them will be on the 1st of June, focusing on strategic lawsuits on public participation. And the third one will be end of September. We don't have the date yet, which will again focus on AI and journalism. We also need to sort out a problem, I think, because there are too many Veronica Munks in the call. And I think, Ole Reisman is mistakenly called Veronica Munk. Can you change your name on the screen? And I would also ask all our speakers to just say hello or one word, just to see that the cameras are working, or no, that the microphones are working. And then I will introduce you one by one, and then I give the floor to Veronica, the real Veronica, who now became Ole Reisman. Okay, we will figure that out.
Thank you.
Yeah, somehow my name was changed to Ole now, but I will change it back to because I am the real Veronica Mung, but I'm going to change it quickly.
I thought you were doing it as a joke, so I'm pretty sure now that we have the same link. And if you change your name, you're going to change mine.
Now it's okay.
Oh, okay.
Now
perfect.
it's okay. Yeah, I think there was some individual links that both of us got. I think that could be the glitch, but it's fine now. Thank you.
Oh, fantastic. So then I will I will introduce the speakers. I shortened the bios a little bit because otherwise I wouldn't manage to read everything in the time available. But I will start with Catalina Albeanu, who is co-managing director of Display Europe. She's a digital editor with product management experience, having worked primarily in independent and small newsrooms throughout her career. Her work focuses on gathering innovation and media development insights, supporting the growth of complex editorial projects and media products and developing media partnerships for Display Europe. Previously, she used to work for DOR, a nonprofit magazine, which won the European Press Prize for Innovation in 2020. Sotiris Sideris is a Nyman Fellow at Harvard and a data editor at the Center for Collaborative Investigative Journalism and Reporters United. He leads cross-border investigations and training in data, open source investigations, and AI with a focus on accountability reporting. He has taught data journalism at the University of Athens and online media at Hochschule Micromedia in Berlin. Then we have the real Veronika Munk, who's an award-winning Hungarian journalist with over 20 years of experience in independent media. She currently serves as Director of Innovation and New Markets at Deník N, a leading independent news outlet in Slovakia, which also publishes the Brussels-based EU Observer, as well as Czech and Hungarian language editions of Deník N. She was the founding editor-in-chief of Telex, a prominent independent online news platform in Hungary. She was also deputy editor-in-chief of Index, and she holds a PhD in media studies and teaches journalism at ELTE University in Hungary. And finally, we have Ola Reisman, who's a journalist and director of AI at the Spiegel Group. His newsletter, The Future, tracks how artificial intelligence is transforming the media industry. In 2024, he was part of the inaugural cohort of the AI Journalism Lab at the Craig Newman Graduate School of Journalism at the City University of New York. And at Spiegel, he has launched podcasts, apps, and newsletters, built and led an editorial team, and developed platform strategies. So we will start with Veronika, afterwards Ola, and since Catalina is the next on my screen, she will be third, and then we have Sotiris. And we will talk about your experiences with artificial intelligence in journalism. You all have around 8 minutes at the beginning to present your work, and then afterwards we will have a discussion. And as before, we will also give the audience a chance to ask questions. So thank you so much for joining us, and looking forward to your input.
Thank you so much, Konrad. So, and I welcome everyone, and thank you very much for inviting me to this super interesting conference. Now I will start to share my screen, where I can start to share the small presentation I bought on the very practical usage of generative AI. Please let me know if you see the presentation on your screen now.
Yeah, it's perfect.
It's okay, good. Okay. So, but before I start to talk about how we use generative AI in our newsrooms, let me introduce our organization a little bit. So, Deník N is a Slovak general interest news organization. We are 11 years old, and our content strategy relies on quality journalism based mostly long form articles, podcasts, videos. We have a quite big book publishing segment as well, and our business model is based on readers' revenue. We have a paywall based model, a quite successful one, because in this small country in Slovakia, which is 5 million people, we have more than 70,000 subscribers. We also have, as Konrad mentioned before, several different sister outlets. We publish in Czech, Hungarian, and Slovak languages, and the very recent sister outlet we have is the Brussels-based EU Observer, which publishes in English, and it's going to be important when I talk about the AI solutions we use, because the multilingual approach of our publisher is something that is important in that regard. A little bit about the impact and influence on the Deník N. This is only the Slovak outlet we have in this small country of 5 million people. And what is also interesting that we are not just a news organization, we are not just a book publishing house, but we also have a software which was developed 10 years ago just for the purpose of large general interest news organizations. This is a readers engagement and monetization platform called RAMP, which includes a CRM, which includes the marketing tool, data collection tool, and it's a whole ecosystem which RAMP is used by dozens and dozens of publishers, not just in the Central Eastern European region that we are originally from, but all around. It's already globally, which is also important in AI usage because it's an open sourced software that publishers can use, and we integrate all the AI tool developments that we have into RAMP as well, so it can be used for others if needed. And why we use generative AI in our publishing house and in our different outlets, the top three main reasons are, and the first of all is quality journalism. We would like to have our journalists, reporters, editors to have more time to concentrate on tasks that are not possible to substitute with a robot. So robot will never be able to go to the field and ask questions from people. So we would like to free their times up from repetitive tasks that can be automated. So that was our conceptual basis when we were thinking about possible tools that we would like to have in our newsrooms, because we do have several different newsrooms and with different languages, and AI can strengthen these cross-border collaborations as well. And I will also talk about one use case that where an AI tool can strengthen business sustainability. On this slide, you can see the several different use cases that is available for our reporters, for our editors, and also for our publishers, for the business side. These are not very unique or new use cases. I think most of the publishers already using these tools. Obviously, translation and transcription are a super important use case for many publishers. We offer all of our written pieces as an audio piece as well. So every long form article can listen to as a podcast. We also have our own AI assistant editor. I will talk a little bit more about that one, and also about the churn management tool that we are currently developing. That is the business use case that I mentioned that is as important for financial sustainability, because quality journalism and journalistic independency is not possible without financial independency, right? So we are always thinking about what we can do on the innovation level for helping our business and having Geniken for a very, very long time in the future. We're using different tools for marketing, for video and podcast production. And the only content generation type that we use and we publish are illustrations by Midjourney. Usually we use that for psychological articles, which is really hard to use the only stock photo kinds, and therefore illustrations can be an easier way to go. We don't have at Geniken a formal AI policy, formal and public AI policy. We can talk about it if it's a good or a bad choice, but we intentionally doesn't have we intentionally doesn't have one, but we do have many internal rules when we use generative AI. And these are the main rules that you are seeing in this slide. And I'd like to highlight the one that editors and journalists remain fully responsible for all published content, regardless of AI involvement, and that we do not publish anything without human oversight or editorial review. We are constantly training our reporters and editors, so because we are always aware of the potential biases, hallucinations, and we are keep repeating that the basis of quality journalism is verification for our team. It's quite a big team that we have only in Slovakia. We have 130 people, and together with all the sister outlets, we have more than 200 journalists and editors. So it's a big organization, and we need to have some internal rules that everybody understands that the final responsibility is theirs. I'm talking about two different tools. One is our assistant AI editor that is incorporated into our CRM system, and it does the very usual things that many publishers are already doing, like article summaries, social media, text generation, headline, I already mentioned, different kind of translations, and not just translations, but adaptations, like the tool is giving contextual pieces when we translate something from Hungarian to English, because for the English reading community, it's not obvious that they will know every Hungarian politicians that the story is about. So and also grammar correction, style editing, and we are experimenting fact-checking assistant, which is not the best use case, I can tell, but I'm sure that many of you have similar experiences. The other tool that I was talking about, the churn management tool, that is super important for us because we have many subscribers, currently 75,000 only in Slovakia, and we do have the very general market standards kind of churns every year. So we decided that we would like to have a tool that predicts churn, that will say from every single readers that what is the probability of their churning, that they leaving us and they will be no longer subscribers. So we are building, it's our newest tool, that first we are defining factors that can affect churn, and we using the data that we already have from the last 10 years. We are basically identifying risk scores in the different segments we have, and if we are doing our job right, then in the end we will have a much lower sharp churn, and we will have a higher retention revenue, which will help our editorial independence, will be strengthened. And I was talking ramp before, and this is a good example that as soon as we are ready with this tool, it will be integrated into the ramp software that is already used by 20 plus or 30 plus publishers worldwide. So the benefit will be much wider than just our small publisher houses in not so small, but like Central Eastern European region kind. We very recently we did a survey in the newsroom about how reporters and editors think about generative AI adoption in the newsroom, because innovation directors like myself or newsroom leaders really enjoy new tools, and we like to implement them and experiment with them, but there is a resistance in the newsrooms that Paris was talking about in the previous lecture, which is totally everybody experience skepticism among journalists, especially the trust issue that Paris was talking about is also there. And we experience this the same phenomena again. So the trust in the AI tools is very uneven in the organization, and I think it's super important to highlight that it's never obligatory, and it never will be mandatory for reporters and editors to use any of the AI tools that is offered by us to them. So it's an option, and around half of them using the available tools. But as you see from the bubbles that I brought some examples that what kind of anxiety or struggles is coming from the newsroom when they think about the available tools and just generally adapting AI into the workflows. And it's usually not the kind that, oh, AI will gonna steal our jobs, but most like I fear of losing the creativity and the journalistic identity. And I want to maintain the boundary of using AI because I want to preserve my creative freedom. So that was the most important and loudest narrative that came out from the survey. And also like being critical towards generative AI, and because of the hallucinations, like generally speaking. But I consider it as a good thing because if journalists are being critical, that's normal. That's how we are, and it helps against the big mistakes. We so far, and I knock it on the wood now, we never had any big mistakes like open problems that Paris was showing in his presentation. Much larger publishers, we never had such a thing so far. We didn't make any public mistakes because of any hallucinations. And just last two things that I wanted to mention, that what a publisher like us, a news organization like us, should consider in the AI era is one is the direct traffic and the dependency, countering the dependency from big tech. And I think we are doing quite a good job because we are not super reliant on any platform. We have quite high proportion of direct traffic with our subscribers. But we do experience the phenomena that people start to access information through AI interfaces, usually young people answering in a reader survey that they use AI, use Gen AI, use chatbots, as information sources. And it brings up the question about the business perspective again, that how we can adapt to this phenomena, how we can adapt to the AI-driven distribution. And in our region, in Central Eastern Europe, it hasn't started yet that the big tech started to negotiate the licensing with publishers like ourselves, but we did start to prepare our data for licensing, and we explore possible standards, and we would like and we coordinate with other publishers. If the time comes, then we can negotiate collectively with the big techs that are using our content, even if they say they don't, they do. So we would like to be prepared to say that, look, guys, if you use our content, then there should be some kind of reimbursement or business case around it. Thank you so much for listening, and I pass the floor to the next presenter.
Thank you so much. And the questions will come after we had all four presentations. So let's continue with Ola. Or maybe not, because he just disappeared from my screen. In that case, let's continue with Catalina, and we will return to Ola later. No, he's here.
I think he's back.
I should have checked before. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Thank you. So I'm going to be very quick, hopefully. I don't think Paris is with us anymore, right? Because just sometimes I think that some AI critics have maneuvered themselves into a corner that they can't easily get out of anymore. And AI is evil and AI is bad. And at the same time, people out there using AI, and not all of them, hate it. They suddenly write to their insurance company or to a government office and get through and navigate life in a different way. And I think there is something to be said. And if we maneuver ourselves into a corner, just like bashing AI, that's a slippery slope. And how do we go from such a perspective to one of a more constructive, progressive way in thinking about it without being overly naive? So just very briefly, you all know this, we've heard the critics. If you ask ChatGPT, and this is the latest, this is GPT-5, not the latest, but a newer model, and you ask about me, it spills out a text and it's more or less, sounds plausible, but the details are totally wrong. And we all know this, we all get why this is happening. There was no web access, so it just made up stuff. So this is obviously very bad. What is AI good for? It lies. It doesn't even know it. We cannot trust AI output. It has learned from Reddit and so is full of biases. It's boring, average, the lowest common denominator. It can't create anything novel or interesting. It's a power grab or consolidation of big tech in Silicon Valley. Yeah, we heard it. And at the same time, Spiegel, one of the bigger newsrooms in Germany, I would say Europe, is using AI, like a lot of it. Why? Why would we do that? We built a fact-checking engine. So we put in whole articles into our AI fact-checking engine. We are following all the latest scientific papers on claim extraction and fact-checking that are out there. We are extracting claims from each and every sentence, and then we try to verify the claims made in each and every sentence. This is it's an example. It's in German. I'm very sorry. It's a news agency that all the time sends a paragraph of background information that's wrong. Nobody bothered to check it. Our fact-checking engine finds errors and mistakes, alerts us that this is something that's factually not correct. We use it as a safety net against silly slip-ups. Errors that we have to correct later in the process are often introduced very late in editing. The small things, the things nobody bothers to check anymore. And we built a fail-safe net, which is very useful. We do not force it upon anyone. It's built out of our fact-checking department, so from the bottom up, so to speak. We make it available to the newsroom. The people who start using it, they love it. We are able to check more media content than we were able to check before. We are checking podcasts and videos now, which we didn't do before. Under the hood, it's ChatGPT with some tricks, actually a lot of tricks. It's a very complicated system. It costs a lot of money. We build it ourselves. This is a question that I would dare to ask any newsroom. Like, do you build it yourself, or could you buy it off the shelf? Such a system, it's very costly. It takes a lot of time. You can't buy that on the open market. You have to build it for yourself. Otherwise, it's bad. We cannot trust AI outputs. Yeah, well, we all know that. Nevertheless, we built a RAG. We built an AI access to our internal database. So we properly pay and license each and every article that's been published in German since World War II, basically, and some other material through LexisNexis and other services in English. This is material that's not easily accessible on Google or on the open web. And we made the interface so that when our editors use a chatbot for information, you see I won't go into too much detail, but you see, like in one go, you ask a question and you see the original source, not altered by AI. So it's one go. You don't have to go back and check, and it's a cumbersome process. You see it in one go, in one interface, right at that moment. So it makes it clear to you that you have to check, and it makes it very easy for you to actually check. So I think this is responsible AI use. AI is full of biases. Yeah, but so are we. Come on, look at any newsroom all over Europe. This is the bias right there staring you in the face. So two of our editors, one female editor and one female IT engineer, they built a dashboard. They're extracting names from articles, and they show Spiegel for each department how many males, how many female are covered in our articles. So while yes, AI is full of biases, but so are we. And we are using generative AI to make us more aware of our own human biases. AI is borrowing average. This is obvious, but nonetheless, we use it not for average things, but to very specific things. We are building our own filter bubbles. No, this is a joke, but in a world where people are getting used to personalized recommendations on Spotify, YouTube, and so on and so forth, producing 120 articles each day and expecting our users to find what they're looking for, this is just bonkers. So we make use of a very small dedicated space on our homepage to show our subscribers and logged in users what they could possibly be more interested in than 120 different articles. AI can't create. It's cool. We can use it as a tool. I know, up to debate, but we use it as a tool. We do text to speech, and suddenly more people are able to enjoy our offerings. People are listening to our articles, which they couldn't before. It's great for us. We do translations. Suddenly, Spiegel content is available in English on Substack. We do transformations. We're trying out summaries. We are trying vertical content, and we are going in the direction of this liquid content concept. AI is a power grab. Yes, that's true. But nonetheless, we try to use AI in a responsible way on European servers, GDPR compliant. We give our editors and product engineers access to all the different models if they chose to do so. If they want to use AI, we do not force AI upon anyone. If they choose to use AI, they have a wide range of models to choose from. There's Mistral in the mix. We tried DeepSeek and the others, as long as they are available on European infrastructure or on a server in our basement. We can use these models. We try not to put our eggs in one basket and be highly dependent on one company, while being aware that this is all a handful of companies and the need to support open systems. For us, we think it as not produce more content faster, cheaper. That's not the business Spiegel is in. We are in the business of trust, of relationships, maybe even community. That's we have to do some homework there. We think in a world of more synthetic content that it's actually an opportunity for media organizations to position themselves as trustworthy, and we make it with using people staring you in the face. This is kind of a joke, but not really a joke. We increase the size of the author pictures on our homepage to show people there was a human involved in doing journalism. And of course, we're looking for partnerships. The age of search might be over and might be dying, but we are open to partnerships. Yes, even with the big evil tech companies from Silicon Valley. We are interested in presenting ourselves on these platforms and to show that we are out there providing trustful and fact-check information. And this is all I got in 8 minutes. Happy to talk hours more about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I just received a message asking when did Veronika Munk join Spiegel. I will answer it later. The next speaker is Catalina Albeanu.
Hi, thanks so much for having me. I will also share my screen to just give you a few slides and hopefully I won't disappear in the process. Okay. Okay, so hopefully you can now see a few slides. As Conrad kindly mentioned at the beginning, I'm not here from a traditional newsroom. I am a journalist by training, but I'm here today on behalf of a media cooperative called Display Europe. So Display Europe is a cooperative based in Vienna in Austria, but we are quite pan-European. It was developed as a collaboration of independent media organizations from across Europe and technologists interested in privacy-friendly and open source tools who got together a couple of years ago to start building solutions to some of the shared challenges of the small and independent media that were at the time part of the co-op. And one of the challenges that they came up with was really the way that a lot of these newsrooms were very dependent on the big tech platforms when it came to building a relationship with their own audience or even growing that relationship with the audience. So we started looking at how we can build in the space of journalism discovery across borders, and how can we connect communities across Europe with journalism that they would be interested in, but they don't naturally find it in their own filter bubbles or in their own algorithmic feeds that have been created. So, for example, how can a person in Romania, I'm based in Romania, so I'm taking that example, find interesting journalism about wildlife conservation that might come from Scandinavia? Or how can somebody who is living in an area that is very affected by climate change read journalism in other areas where they're already finding solutions to some of the similar problems? So this is the question that we really started with, and we started testing and prototyping and looking how perhaps we could also use AI to support that journalism discovery process. And what we have so far is really an early stage prototype of what this journalism discovery could look like. It's an online portal that you can already test on displayeurope.eu. I will also put a link in the chat after the presentation. But we started working with a network of media partners that have joined us along in this journey. We currently have around 65 media partners who are a mix of community media outlets from across Europe, as well as small and medium-sized profit and non-profit newsrooms. And they are sharing some selected journalism with us. We can take it and translate it into over 20 languages. We've also looked at contextualization of those stories and how to make it more relevant and make more sense to international audiences who might not quite understand local references, as we've heard previously from some of the speakers here. And then how can we present those stories in a way where we are actually sending interested readers back to the original publisher's website, so they don't remain trapped in our own portal if they do want to read that story, but we do actually facilitate a direct relationship between international multilingual audiences and the original publisher. So we've spent the past couple of years really prototyping this infrastructure behind the scenes of how this might look like. You currently go to the portal, you can select the language that you speak, and you will see a selection of stories that are available in that language. You will see headlines, a short teaser, and then if you like that story and you're interested in it, you will go to the original partner's website and see this AI assistant that we've called so far, which is essentially a pop-up or an overlay where you can read the fully translated story. If you want, you can close it and you can interact with the full website. If you have a friend who happens to speak the original language, you can share that story with them, or you can move along either back to the portal or to continue your browsing. A couple of challenges that I wanted to highlight because it very much fits the discussion that we've been having here. We are very aware of the fact that sometimes you might, as a person who is not from that particular country and who doesn't have all of the references, you might need some additional context to be able to really understand the story. So we've been looking at these AI-generated teasers or recaps and how we could use that in order to make this a better experience for readers. And we really wanted to make sure that these are not summaries of the stories, but that they do kind of sell the story onto the reader and create curiosity. So we've been testing different prompts. We've run into some potential challenges in here, from avoiding incorrect information to also sometimes we've run into translation errors. We currently use a large commercial model for translations, and we've noticed that because it's not particularly fine-tuned to the different language markets that we work in, we sometimes run into translation errors, including when there are proper names involved. When somebody has a name that means also something in a particular language, that also sometimes gets translated. So we've been really looking at how we could fix this going forward. One next step for us is to really move away from a large model to finding models that work with the small languages. And by small languages, I mean smaller market languages in Europe rather than the small models, but to really improve the translation that we are able to provide, and so that we can have an infrastructure behind the scenes that knows that we are trying to translate a story from Polish into Portuguese, and then we are able to use a particular AI that can do that better rather than rely on one model to do all of those tasks. And then, of course, to fine-tune some of those models that we can work with to be able to improve the contextualization. So I'd be very interested to hear from the other publishers who already have contextualizations, how you've been doing this. And as I mentioned, we are still in the product development stages. We're still testing. We are currently doing a lot of product work. So part of this is interviewing a lot of our media partners. And for the past few months, we've done at least 20 interviews with some of our media partners that were looking at not only how they use AI, but also on their relationship with newsroom tools, with the technologies that they use, and how those enable or sometimes block their strategic goals. So I wanted to highlight a few of the things that we've learned from our media partners about their use of AI, just to close off on this part. As I mentioned previously, our network is very much small media organizations. A lot of them have very limited development resources, if at all. So this is just to give you a context of where these answers are coming from. But we noticed quite a lot of flexibility and curiosity. Lots of them are in the process of creating their own AI policies if they haven't done so already. So they're very much aware of this need to have clear processes as well as transparency inside the newsroom with partners, but also towards readers. They use AI for summarizing and reformatting stories when needed. So things like creating social media texts or reversioning a story for shorter versions of bullet points or newsletter texts. They sometimes use it for research, including if they need to identify complex structures into complex institutions to find out who is that source that they need to call. So research at different levels. But everybody has told us that they do not rely on the AI generated output as the final source. So just because something is generated via AI, it doesn't mean that it's correct. They will always have to fact check it. And it is the responsibility of the journalist who is doing the work to make sure that the information is correct. And one final point, which we noticed is very much a boundary within the media outlets in our own network, is the question of should you use AI to generate visuals? This is where we've had the most clear no's that we've heard. A lot of our partners either have very strong networks of illustrators or photographers that they work with, and that relationship is very important for them to protect. So they do not go towards exploring how they might use this. And in some cases, there is also an issue of backlash from the public. So if some publishers have tried to use illustrations that were AI generated or visuals that were AI generated, they did get responses from the public that this was not okay, so they stopped doing that. This is a very quick summary of all of the things that we're up to. So I'm looking forward to talking more with you about this and welcome any questions or comments. And I will stop here for now.
Fantastic, thank you. And we have Sotirios for the first presentation before we can start with the questions. So Sotirios, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. I'll share my screen as well. Okay, give me a second, please. Okay, so I will use a specific example today from our work at CCIJ and how we have used AI to go through a big set of documents and a big data set that we were able to create using both AI, manual and automated kind of methods and techniques and tools. We moved through a large body of material with more discipline than manual reading alone would do. And certainly we used AI in this project not to replace interviews or documents. The investigation I'm talking about is without justice, and it is about gender-based violence in Eswatini. And we started with a very simple question that was derived by anecdotes that were coming our way from local people and local journalists. So it's a combination of sensitive subjects, legal documents, people that have been affected by these policies, but also victims of gender-based violence, and a public question about how the government of Eswatini is protecting victims or not. So the investigation started from a very specific human problem, which was sexual and gender-based violence that was widely discussed in the press of the country, but there was not an institutional pattern to see and work with. For some context, the rates of rape incidents are above the international average, and they are really underreported, at least in the systematic way that we try to do with this investigation. Also, Eswatini has one of the highest rates of HIV in the world, and is also partly driven by the prevalence of sexual violence. So the country in 2018 adopted a new law, the law that is called the Sexual Offences and Domestic Violence Act, to crack down these crimes. And among other provisions, the law raised the age of consent to 18 and brought all sexual offences and domestic violence crimes under one unified law. So at CCIJ, we analyzed these reports of these cases to find out where the system fails to provide justice to victims. We reviewed patterns of crime reported in the time of Eswatini. We interviewed people campaigning for change and a woman affected directly by such crimes, and reviewed 3 years of data collected by a non-profit advocating for women's rights on the ground. And most importantly, which is also the focus of this presentation and how we used AI, we analyzed more than 5,600 high court documents from the 70s until the present and found more than 330 cases of sexual related crimes connected to gender-based violence, and the majority of them were rape charges. So in this story, AI helped us find things to inspect. It helped us to turn messy text into a structured database that can be then analyzed, and it helped us to see repeated language or repeated patterns. Evidence that we generated here is the judgment, is the sentence, is the public record, the interview we did, the trail of documents, and the confirmed data set that we generated and then reviewed. What I wanted to stress here is that if the model provider, and I'm talking about the AI model, right? If the AI model provider vanishes or changes terms, or if the editor or your editor asks you to run the same story in 6 months for today, you should be able to do it. And I'm using this paradigm or example to say that we have been using AI daily in our investigations, but at the same time, we are using our traditional data-driven techniques. So it's a combination of different forces and of different tools, methodologies, and techniques that play together in our investigations. Okay, so first of all, we had to think of all the possible places that potential data might exist and then decide how to contextualize this data in our report. So what we did because again, we were talking with people on the ground and what they could share were mostly anecdotes. So we used these tailored online searches to find a public database to scrape, collect court records, and structure them, read them, and analyze them. So as you can see, we used, this kind of advanced, in many quotation marks, Google search about PDFs from the Eswatini court or high court. And we were lucky. We were lucky because there was a database and we were able to, use it. This is how it looks like. There are many documents, each link, and people that have done data-driven work will identify very easily and will see how scrapable this website can be. So each link that you see is a case, and each case comes with some basic metadata of that case, but more importantly, it comes with PDFs, which are the actual court cases and court proceedings. So we collected everything. We started by collecting everything and storing the PDFs locally. We used the wget command in terminal to download the files, and then we derived more information from each link of each case that I just showed. And that's how we started building our database. We collected everything, and then we had to look into that everything to extract only the relevant cases for our research. That's, an early example of how our data set looked like back then. And this is where we started creating this structure that we really wanted. We used Python to collect everything, and then we also used two different AI tools to help us extract specific keywords, but also importantly to OCR PDFs that were not OCR'd, meaning that we could use the text that is, stored in these files and add these cases in our analysis. The two tools that we used first for keyword search and extraction was Google Pinpoint, which helped us a lot with journalists in our team that are not necessarily they are not necessarily using Python or any other kind of programming language to look into the corpus of the text. So this is a very useful and powerful search engine which works the way Google search engine works in general. So you can use quotation marks, you can use different advanced search techniques to look for specific keywords. And then we used Amazon Textract to OCR these documents that were not properly OCR. They were they were image-based documents. This is how Google Pinpoint looks like in case you haven't used it yourselves. And what we used it for, again, it was about keyword extraction so that we could narrow down the scope of our investigation, because we started with more than 4,600 documents, but not all of them are relevant to our research. So we looked into 3 4 keywords: rape, sexual assault, domestic violence, and SODV, which is the abbreviation of the law we were researching. This helped us filter out all the unnecessary noise that was produced by us downloading all the documents. And then we started classifying our data. We used tools and models against the codebook, which was charges, outcomes, sentences, grounds for dismissal, appeal status, victim and accused relationship, where this was present, and ethically usable. And then we verified everything by reading the supporting passage, comparing against the actual judgment, reviewing uncertain labels, and categorizing for unclear rather than forcing false precision. What was really interesting and important for this investigation was the methodology that we built. Because one of the biggest misconceptions, at least misconceptions around AI that I have identified in journalism, is that it can create rigor, but it really does not. If your reporting process is vague, if it's inconsistent or poorly documented, AI will simply scale these problems faster. But in investigative journalism, methodology becomes even more important because we are often dealing with massive collection of documents, with leaked material, with court files, procurement records, PDFs, images, spreadsheets, any kind of format or file you want to name here. So before using any AI system, we needed to define the structure of the work. For example, we asked questions like, what exactly are we looking for? What qualifies as a relevant case? What fields should be extracted? What language indicates corruption, abuse, or violence? What can be automated safely? And what requires escalation or secondary verification? In this specific project, the difficult part was designing the logic for this classification, because we had to define what constitutes domestic violence according to the law, how to identify repeat offenders, how to categorize relationships, how to deal with incomplete records, how to handle contradictions between what was written and what was typed in summaries of the court case. And also what level of confidence was acceptable before something entered our database. So once we built that methodology internally, we used AI as a tool that could operate within these very set boundaries that we designed. And we used this methodology as a political and editorial tool here, because a methodology will reveal what choices you made, what assumptions shaped your data set, what was excluded, and where uncertainty exists. That matters because AI systems can create this illusion of objectivity, but every classification system contains editorial judgments that also in this case came from humans. So a strong methodology also creates reproducibility. You can publish it, you can let others inspect it, you can return to the process, you can where the model failed and how. Then we used data that we published 2 years ago and we were working on for more than 1 year before publication. We had to deal with a large volume of legal and administrative records that were almost impossible to process manually within a realistic time frame. You can take as much time as you want to do in your own pace, but when it comes to journalism, sometimes you have to respect a deadline. So in many cases, many documents were messy because we had to deal with scanned PDFs, with handwritten annotations, with inconsistent formatting, OCR errors, missing metadata, mixed languages, legal shorthands, and sometimes emotionally difficult narratives. So what would take months, and I'm talking about a team of 3 to 4 people, half of them being interns. which means that we would need months to read and categorize everything manually. So GPT-4 became a useful assistant back then to tag. We used it as a tagging system, and we created this kind of structure which looked into relationship type between victim and perpetrator, the type of abuse, whether children were involved, the location of the incident, the legal outcome in both the high court and the lower courts of the country, any kind of indicator of escalation, and references to previous incidents. We used that as a first pass classification, but what was really important, it was that we never trusted the outcome blindly. We always we asked for specific citations from within the court documents to verify claims that were AI generated. And of course, we reviewed everything, and also with an expert. And we did that because, and when I'm talking about expert here, I'm talking both in terms of a lawyer, a legal expert, a local one, as well as the people that developed the platform that we scraped. They were super flexible, super approachable, super friendly, and super open to respond to any kind of methodological question that we had in terms of how we accessed this information, how we categorized it, and how we analyzed it. So before publication, we worked closely with, again, both legal people as well as developers of the platform, because we found out that some kind of similar research existed before. So we combined these other results with our own results to build something even stronger. We were able to identify some patterns that we didn't know that existed before. And we also asked them whether we are oversimplifying or misinterpreting any kind of, AI derived claims and findings. Last thing I wanted to mention, this is a real Q&A I've had with GPT-4 back then, of course, because I was asking for citations. So I was using GPT-4 the way Notebook LM works today, which, provides specific citations and quotations from where this information comes from, the same way a RAG system works. I'll pause here, and I'm very happy to take any questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So I think now it's time for the audience to ask questions. If there are no questions at some point, then I will go on asking my own. But there's already one in the in the Q&A or in the chat. It asks specifically Veronica Munk and Ole Reisman whether their investment in AI has led to the loss of journalist jobs. And maybe I would combine this with another question, which asks in general about the impact you saw on revenues coming from AI, because in the first block, we had a presentation by Roberta Carlini in which she mentioned that certain media companies have seen a 35% drop in direct referrals or direct page visits, in part because AI is providing summaries of news articles. And also whether you see some kinds of collaborations conceivable between large AI companies and your newsroom, and if so, under what conditions could that take place?
This is a lot of questions. Who wants to go first? So we like.
Let me. Okay.
Go ahead, please. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I think it's very hard to somehow bring together the stuff Paris Marx said with now we have concrete examples how newsrooms all over the place are using AI and making good responsible, sensible use of AI. I think this is very interesting to see that on the one hand, we have this fear of basically everything. And then now we see that there are actually people using AI because it's there, and for some people it's useful. And in my mind, it's still hard to bring these two sides together somehow. So first, job loss, and then in connection with maybe Google search traffic is vanishing. But I mean, what's the idea here? That we have a right to search referral traffic? I don't really. So let me start one thing about job loss. No, and why would we? Why would we? I mean, we are a company that relies on our subscribers to give us money so we can produce real journalism and send people into active war zones and to write stuff that companies or politicians, I mean, living in Germany, politicians so far the threat is not that high at the moment, at least. But with companies, there's legal threats all over the place, and it costs a lot of money for us to do our job. And we are investing. And why would there be? I mean, the answer is no, of course not. But I see where it's getting from. There's this perceived environment where companies just use AI as an excuse to cut costs and to use it as a shortcut. And what I would say is that it raises the bar when people can nowadays go to chatbot and get interesting answers that meets the audience where they are at. I mean, journalists for 100 years produced one kind of article, and that was aimed for the longest time on elderly male, right? And now there's a technology that gives access to information in a way that people are much more likely to actually make use of that information, can understand that kind of information. And this is transformational. Let's not kid ourselves. And we have to really get up our game and not let this be the whole job of tech companies to take over. But the tech companies, let's not kid ourselves, not only are they exploiting everyone basically using copyrighted material, which they shouldn't have, but they are building products that are people much more likely to use than a news website that looks like an e-paper from the 90s. So there's a job to be done. And I mean, the thing about like the search traffic, yes, for sure. And I think there are legal implications in search monopolies. That's a thing Europe could take on. Not sure if they will, but definitely something to look into. And it could go on for another half an hour, but maybe Veronica, sorry.
My answer is very similar. The short answer is about if we fired somebody because of AI or someone lost their job because of AI, it's a hard fat no. Why would we do that? I mean, we invest a lot in hiring new journalists who's being able to fulfill our mission. And our mission is providing facts and quality journalism to Central Eastern European and Brussels-based European communities. On the contrary, actually, because we are luckily a successful organization, so we can invest more in content. That is our purpose. Basically, all of our profit is going back to hiring more journalists and thinking about content developments that can fulfill our mission about quality journalism. About the Google summaries, the Google AI summaries that Konrad was asking, actually we haven't experienced that significant difference like the publishers based in the US or even Germany that Ola was saying. The click throughs from Google is quite stable. So maybe it's a language question or or yeah, probably because we are operating in these small languages like Slovak, Czech, Hungarian, very small ones, no one speaking those beside our beautiful countries. So that could be a explanation, but the answer is also no, that we don't experience significant change. But we, as I mentioned in my presentation, in our very recent product survey, we found that younger people, especially younger men, are reporting using LLMs more and more for deeper understanding. That's how they put it. And basically we are considering that LLMs are competing with us in terms of attracting younger audiences in terms of news and content consuming news. But at the same time, I think it's a constant question that how we can repackage information and content for the different target groups we have, and the younger people are very important target group because of the democratic function of quality journalism at one point, but from the other point, from the business perspective as well, because they will be the future readers, the future generation of subscribers. So we are concentrating on this subject. We are investing a lot on how we can attract younger people, and that's it. That's, I think, understanding how they consume news, and they're using LLMs. It's a task, yeah. So we need to deal with it. But at the moment, there is no significant difference in terms of click-throughs because of the AI summaries in the search engines.
So actually, in Germany, we do see that. It's not Spiegel, because we put most of our lifestyle explanatory journalism behind a paywall. And make it really worth your time. And we are not flooding Google with SEO content. So we are not seeing that much of an effect on AI overviews, but there's certainly competition. If you have a reach publication model where you're relying not on your subscribers, but on advertising, that's a problem. And we see that there are a couple of operations in the UK, in the US for sure, in the UK, and even in Germany, who see traffic declining massively, a third gun in a couple of months. It's not for us. For us, the Google traffic actually is going up. That's not for Google Search, but Google Discover. It's the thing that gives us traffic. But I mean, yeah. This is just a minor detail. I'm reading one question from the chat, which is about the licensing agreements with any of the big AI companies, to which I say, yes, we do. And I'm not against it. To the contrary, we are here for deals with tech companies. And that is because in the last decades, if people were looking and searching for information, they were not coming to media websites, right? They were coming to a search engine. And we found ways to deal with that. There were licensing deals in the before times, and there will be licensing deals in the after times. And now, just as a search surface, it moves from search to AI. And what we are looking at is not only licensing agreements, which are maybe not that fun anymore for publishers, because we are looking to being surfaced, and then the old, so to speak, deal that was more or less an outspoken deal, but not a written deal, that there was a click-through. People were seeing snippets of information. There was a click-through landing on the publisher's website where a publisher could monetize the visit either with an ad or by offering subscription or a look behind the paywall. So I'm pretty sure that this is a thing of the past. We've all seen the numbers by now. We've all run the experiments by now. People are not visiting sources, and we will not teach them to visit sources. This is a done deal. So when we are looking at licensing agreements with tech companies, we are asking them for product partnerships. we want information not only flow one way, but we want information flowing both ways. So I think this is a helpful way in looking at it. Big tech is not necessarily willing to do that, but I think we have to talk them into doing it. And I think we have a bargaining power to do that. And I mean, the looming threat of regulation by Brussels is always to keep in mind. Under the Trump administration, I'm not seeing that happening anytime soon. But we have to offer something that these companies don't have, and that is facts. And might be more of a problem for a national news operation, because a big tech company can do a licensing deal with a news agency, Newswire, and a couple of big publishing houses, and all the others are left in the dust. But in terms of more local news, we are really in the advantage, because these companies need us for these kinds of information.
Yeah, so basically you have also answered Roberta Carlini's question about the licensing agreements, but maybe if you could, if you give some examples of the kinds of agreements or partnerships that you have, as long as they are not a business secret, that would be interesting. And there was also a follow-up by Alistair Dabbs on the previous question, and I think that's also relevant to Catalina and Sotirius here. So the question is, so small local news publications that can't afford advanced custom AI tools are doomed. I definitely want to make time afterwards for Gianpaolo Accardo's question, because that's a really important one from the point of view of the training aspect of these activities, because he asks for some practical advice for his publication. But first, let's see if there's anything else to be added to this remuneration aspect of it. I don't know who wants to start.
We don't have a license agreement with the large big tech, so I think it's for all.
Yeah, so what I can say is that we are open for business. We are a small private media company, and if there's a big tech platform that has a use for our content, we are open to talk. And there are very different kinds. For example, it's not a secret that we are open in doing business, and we have announced our deals with, for example, Perplexity or Google. There are others that are going to be announced. And what we are looking at is, so there has to be something in it for us, right? So either it's money, or in a better case scenario, it's a more of a product partnership where we have a say in how our content is actually used, displayed, and where we get to know who is accessing our content in what way. And if you just license the right to display an article, that's something very different from licensing an article to be fed into an AI intermediary and a system that produces a one-of-a-kind bespoke chat output for just one person. How are you going to learn something from that? How are you going to infer user data from that? That's a question it's not been solved yet. Then we didn't get into the agentics of all that stuff. It's hugely complicated. What is an agent even if someone uses his or her phone and asks the phone, Siri, please go on the web and find out if such and such happened in my local neighborhood. And then the phone, Siri, surfs the web, sees an article at Spiegel. Maybe the user has an active subscription to Spiegel. Should an agent on behalf of the user be able to access the Spiegel content, feed the content into an AI system, give it back to the user in a different format? So this is something that has not been solved yet, but we are actively working on these ideas and on the underlying protocols that have to be implemented in order for the tech companies and the licensing holders, the content publishers, in order to work together? And how does it look like in the future?
Thank you. Katarina or Sotirios?
Yeah, I can step into specifically on the question about small and local news publications, because this is very much the bread and butter of Display Europe. And as a media cooperative, beyond the kind of product testing that I showcased earlier, we are very much looking at how we can build shared digital infrastructure that is available to small media organizations who don't have R&D budgets and don't have a lot of those resources available to them. So I think just to echo the slide earlier, where in order to work with AI, you need computing power, data sets, and a big budget. Our goal here is to really make those available together to our cooperative members, and with the idea that that would lower the cost of entry to a lot of the smaller publications who could not afford the full package. So especially when you're asking about custom AI tools, this is what we're currently doing, identifying what are some of those custom applications that would make sense to provide. How can we provide these using a cooperative structure? How can we fundraise for that? And what is the best way to do it currently, whilst based in kind of, under EU governance, and to make sure that this is fair to everyone, that it is clear to our media partners how things are created, how things are used, how everything is paid for, and how we can really challenge a little bit this relationship between media and technology, where a media is always, or in most cases, a user of a technology that is provided by a big corporation somewhere with very little say of how that technology is developed and how could we provide that. So this is our kind of reason of being. So happy to talk more over the next period, as I'm aware of the time now.
Yeah, and I would add that a big no, meaning that any publication without a clear vision or a clear strategy is doomed when it comes to, alternatives to frontier models, because there are hundreds of thousands of alternative models out there that are free. But, it is mostly an editorial and managerial decision, strings attached to governments when it comes to funding. I see that can, be a reason or a factor for any newsroom to be doomed. You need a clear strategy, you need a clear vision. I think, it's abstracting AI that way will never help. Like, you need to have a specific use case about what you need to do. You need to spend some time and some resources thinking about what I'm trying to do. You need to have proper editorial feedback loops that will challenge you as a journalist. You have to own your story. You have to own and be transparent about your editorial and methodological decisions. And AI tools are available today for, free.
I want to just very quickly say something about these AI who can't afford advanced custom systems are doomed. To which I say no. First, local news has an advantage about sources, boots on the ground, actual sources, people talking to each other, a relationship to the audience. Perfect. Then, when we started building our fact-checking engine, AI coding was in its early beginnings. And we spent a lot of man hours and money, to be honest. But 2 years later, I'm teaching product thinking for journalists. It's a master's program at a university. And one of my students, who's actually working at a big pharmaceutical, general interest pharmaceutical magazine, which is an interesting combination. And he's building a fact-checking engine with the help of Claude Code, which you've all heard about it. And I really want you to not say, ChatGPT, I've never even touched it, and I'm never going to touch it. This is a very interesting / bad thing to say, because what are you talking about if you haven't even tried, and so on and so forth. And since February, these AI coding tools have gotten freakingly good. So even a small newsroom with a very small investment, and we are talking $200. We're not talking 2,000 euros. We're talking $200, or even the very small $20 a month. If you do it on the side as a side project in your newsroom, in the span of a couple of weeks with a 20 euro subscription, you can build custom advanced AI tools, which are not going to bankrupt you or ruining, and this is not something only Spiegel can achieve. This is something AI is enabling more people to do more stuff with computers, and it's not only that we are then beholden to a company that's going to increase prices and charge ever more money out of our pockets. I don't really think that this is the case. To the contrary.
And I think Veronica wanted to say something.
Yes,
well.
I just realized that we have 2 more minutes. I will be super quick. That I just wanted to react as well to the small small newsrooms can have advantages. And I think the best approach is that what Sotiris said, that you need to have a goal. You need to have you need to be able to define that what is the problem that you would like to solve, and what is the possible call it ROI, like how it can come back as a possible success in terms of business or in terms of traffic. But you need to have an answer for that. And just one more practical suggestions, like what we do at Geniken, that we do have a small AI team that involves someone from the development side, someone from the newsroom, someone from product, someone from social media, so I think this cross-sectoral or cross-department approach is always very good as a start, because then if you do a tool that no journalists will ever use, then you have a problem. So I think in the very in the planning phase, you need to do a cross-sector or cross-department brainstorm about the problem you have. And yeah, as Ola was saying, 20 euros or $20 a month can be a good start for solving the problem. And experimenting and making mistakes will be it in the process by iterating the task. But I think this is the right approach that someone should start.
And we are not buying our employees' ChatGPT accounts. We are using an intermediary that's based in the European Union, GDPR compliant, SOC 2 compliant, not training on data, hosting all the stuff in the European Union, and it's not even 20 euros a month. So this is possible.
Thank you. So I assume this could also be understood as an answer to John Paolo's question about integrating AI to CMS. Since we're running out of time, I would just give you the opportunity to say some concluding remarks, and you can also pick from one of 3 questions. One of them is whether there were any AI applications that you were trying and turned out to be impractical or not worthwhile, so you decided not to stick with it. Whether you have any specific AI-related plans for the future, for the immediate future, that you really need to highlight, and or whether you have some specific experience that the users shared with you about how they were perceiving the use of AI from your newsrooms and what their impression was about it.
So I took very little time in my presentation, so I jump first and share one very personal opinion. These AI stuff might be horrific for copyright holders, including us, horrific for the environment, for sure. At the same time, this stuff gets freakingly good and better all the time. And a lot of people out there are using it. And I don't think it's wise for media organizations into shaming our users for using AI and telling them that AI is the most evil thing ever out there and one should not use it and one should stay clean and above board and not touch AI ever. Because I think this is a crusade that's not helping anyone, especially not journalists and journalists who are under pressure and need to have a very constructive and good relationship to its audience. So let's find constructive ways forward. Thank you.
Is anyone else, or would anyone else like to jump in? Yeah,
I
so
can
curious.
answer. Yeah, thanks. I can answer a tool, the question about a tool that, seemed very flashy and fancy and it didn't work out well. As someone coming from, a data journalism background before the current state of AI, I would say that when it comes to specific, hardcore, advanced scraping of platforms, I'm not talking about media outlets platforms, but I'm talking about government platforms or procurement platforms or any kind of other archive. I have seen in practice that a Python scraper that you build with trial and error, with deduplication, with your own logs, your own selectors, which can be more time consuming, of course, and more boring sometimes, or at least in my case, every time, has been way more efficient than any kind of agenting scraping promise that I have used. So don't be afraid of the boring manual grunt work when it comes to spending time with data.
But do you think that a general or like a regular journalist would be able to tackle this? Because you say that you come from a data journalism background. So do you think that any journalist could do that?
I
Yes,
could do it.
if
I could do it. I'm not a data journalist. And this is the future, right? Not only experts can do it. You can let ChatGPT teach you.
I would say that it's always nice to work together instead of trying to do everything by yourself.
Catalina?
Yeah, I can pick up. I briefly answered the question of what we tried and didn't do so well at in the presentation. So I would only add that we are quite open about our product development process, and we do share quite often when there is something to share on our definitely on the LinkedIn page for Display Europe. And we are just now preparing an audience survey, which will include questions about how they would like to interact with AI or what their reactions would be towards different types of AI translations, how they're presented, and to really understand more how they look at that. So we'll be sharing some more insights from that going forward. And maybe as a final closing thought from my side, I found there's a very interesting study from the Reuters Institute about generative AI and audiences and their reactions towards that. And in that study, there is a interesting insight into the young people who use AI for news. And almost half of them said that they use it to have news stories explained to them in a way that they can understand. So I think it'd be very interesting to see how audiences do end up using AI for news and what we can learn from perhaps the questions that they have and fulfill those roles a little bit better as an industry.
Thank you. And Veronica?
Sorry, I had some technical problems. Since we usually have this internal part where we iterating the impact of a possible new tool, we didn't have that much because many publishers are creating, especially the ones that have more possibility to develop like dozens and dozens of tools, and then they selecting the best ones. But we have another kind of approach. We rather answering to real needs in the organization together with the newsroom. I mean, reporters, journalists. So it's as I mentioned, this is a common decision. We did have one tool that was not the best and we didn't develop further. It was a tag automation tool. When you know, in digital articles, you need to put a label tag, and we wanted to automate that process because that's repetitive. Journalists hate to do it, typing in. There are mistakes that are there, and if someone is just having one typo in the tag, then it can cause problems in the newsletter system that we have, and also CEO problems can occur. It's not the best yet, but we are still in the process of making it better.
Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you, for joining this panel, and thanks to all the panelists. I think it was super interesting. Unfortunately, a bit short. I think we would have needed at least 1 more hour to really go into detail on these issues.